morning, everyone. We request all of you outside the hall, in the corridor, in the space close to the lift, everyone to actually come into the hall. Our program will be starting in a few minutes. Our live link will be active in another 5 minutes. So we would be actually open.
Good morning. I request all the registered delegates to please take your honorable seats. The first scientific session is likely to start very soon. The delegates who are there, please inform your friends out who are there just to get inside the auditorium.
Good morning all. I request everyone to rise up for the prayer song. I request Ms. Srinidhi to sing the prayer song.
Vinayaka ninnu vina brochudaku Vinayaka ninnu vina brochudaku veravurura Vignaraja Vinayaka ninnu vina brochudaku veravurura Vignaraja Vinayaka Sarasiruharunayuka charana Ruharunayuka charana Satatamushrita jana Shankataharana Paramakripa sagara Paramakripa sagara Paramakripa Naravara Sukunam Palita Jana Gopala Dashanuta Vinayaka Ninnu Vina Brochudaku Veravurura Vignara Vinayaka.
Thank you all. Please be seated. A very good morning to all the respected delegates, doctors, scientists, young researchers and students. It's a matter of great pleasure that the Global Homeopathy Foundation, Kopika's Foundation for Homeopathy and ViBha are jointly organizing the Medicina Futura 4th Homeopathy Vijnana Sammelan in this prestigious venue of the IIT Madras Research Park Auditorium, Chennai. Today's conference, the Homeopathy Vijnana Sammelan, is the fourth of an exceptional series of 10 national and international conferences being organized all over India. The Global Homeopathy Foundation and Kopika's Foundation for Homeopathy are non-government organizations founded by like-minded homeopaths who envision universal acceptance of homeopathy for safe, effective and affordable healthcare and enhancing education and practice of homeopaths. The ViBha is a dynamic science movement relentlessly working to link science to Indian ethos and cultures. The price of success is hard work and dedication. So we have all applied the best of ourselves to the monumental task of organizing today's event. I would like to extend a very begin the first session of today's conference. Our first session today is on homeopathy, the quantum medicine. Our speaker today is Professor Dr. E.S. Rajendran, MD Homeopathy PhD. He is a renowned clinician, teacher, author and scientist senior consultant in homeopathy. His paper, Homeopathy as a Supportive Therapy in Cancer, was selected as one of the top 25 hottest paper in journal. First session to be on stage with. I welcome Dr. Nishant Nambisan sir, Dr. Chitra Chandrasekharan ma'am.
A very good morning to all of you. This is a fantastic day for us to talk about Medicina Futura. The name which is given Medicina Futura is so apt. Why it is so apt? I am going to give you a small introduction about what I am going to talk today. And this is all related to the fundamental research in homeopathy which is going on in the last 14 years. And here we were talking about nanoscale materials all along. But the most important thing which I wanted to highlight you today is about, this last few days ago, 2 weeks before, we have seen there was a Nobel Prize, the Nobel Prize was distributed for all the important branches. And in chemistry, the Nobel Prize was shared by three eminent chemists, scientists, Alexei Ekimov, Louis Bruce, and Mongi Bawendi. These three of them got Nobel Prize for a specific contribution, that is the discovery of quantum dots. So what is a quantum dot? Quantum dots are the smallest nanoparticles. Nanoparticles are 10 to 100, 1 to 100 nanometer scale is called nano. That means 1 by billionth of a meter or 1 by thousand of a micron. And in that smallness, it is generally called nano when the particles comes less than 10 nanometer in size. But In 1981, Alexei Ekimov, a chemical scientist in USSR at that time, discovered the presence of particles which are still smaller than 10 nanometer, and which he is the first person who called them quantum dots, because they show the properties of electron, and they show the properties of wave properties, and also they show the properties of the matter in a very light level. And this was very important discovery, because this is the year the Nobel Prize Committee has declared that for the discovery and synthesis of quantum dots. Why, as homeopaths, we have to be so proud about this Nobel Prize? Because the man who discovered quantum dots first in human history was Dr. Samuel Hahnemann. And I'm going to substantiate that, and I'm going to show you the pictures, why I said this. And here, quantum dots are used for commercial purpose, especially for the LEDs. LED screens are brightened. This screen itself is brightened because of QLEDs, quantum LEDs. And this quantum light emitting diode technology is what they are contributed to the industry, and for that they have received Nobel Prize. But my dear friends, these quantum particles and quantum dots are used by every homeopath in his clinic every day for treating and curing patients. And this is something which is beyond the thought of science all along. But now we are in that reality. And here, when the matter shrinks to quantum phenomena arises, that depends upon the size of the matter. So one thing we should realize that when any material is reduced to quantum level, to nano level, their chemical properties will completely change. That is the reason why homeopathic drugs become non-toxic when you are using toxic material in the process of potentization. And here, there are particles smaller than 1.5 nanometer. 1.5 to 10 nanometer is called the quantum dots, and there are particles nanometer which are not termed with any specific name, which we are seeing plenty in homeopathic dilution. That means homeopathic dilution has 3 dimensions right now: the nano dimension, the quantum dimension, and less than quantum dimension. And less than quantum dimension is quantum to atomic scale. That is quantomic scale. I can say that is what we can call as quantomic, quantum atomic. There less than 1.5 nanometer scale particles are plenty in many of the homeopathic dilutions. And therefore, a few of the pictures I will show you, because our time is very limited and constrained. I will go a little fast. This is a chart-on image of platina 30C. You can see the size of nanoparticles, 8.2 to 12.7. Whereas platina 200, the size of nanoparticles are 0.69 nanometer to 3.01 nanometer. Well within the range of quantum dots. And this is my latest discovery, and which is published in British Homeopathy Journal this current year. This is platina. When you study additionally platina on SAED, you can find the platina is getting converted into platinum dioxide. So platinum become platinum dioxide, aurum become aurum dioxide or trioxide, and they become non-toxic. This is the quantum dimension of homeopathy. It is far beyond the nano dimensions. So my dear doctors, this is a chart-on image of platina 10M. You can see the scale bar 3.67 to 5.51 nanometer size. And you can see here the pictures. In the second picture you can see there are lines. These lines are the atomic arrangement of platina. The atoms are arranged in a linear fashion. And when you go to ferrometallicum, you will find in the 6E of ferrometallicum, the particles are 5.39 to 24.8. And in ferromet 200, you can see 2.35 to 12.02. Why I am showing all these pictures of different, see the aurum metallicum, 0.3 to 20. And when you go to LM1, it is 1.24 to 7.5 nanometer. And again you can see the aurum at 30, 0.27 to 2 nanometer scale. Natramurcium you can see 0.65 to 1.15. Sodium and chloride are in ionized form. They are purely in an atomic scale. And this is the reason why you use Natramur for a common cold to a long-term depression after love failure. Everywhere Natramur works. And even in a leukemia patient, Natramur works. Why natramur works so deeply? Because the particles of natramur in the drug solution of homeopathy is so small. It is in a quantum scale. It is less than quantum scale. It is in a quantum atomic scale. And that is the beauty of homeopathy. And the name which is given for today's conference, Medicina Futura, is highly justified because homeopathy is the science for the future. We are only the connecting link taking the message to the next generation. And I am very sure by the next generation, homeopathy is going to be an entirely different science. And this is the iodine 200. You can see 2.8 to 9.03 nanometer scale. This is a pure alcohol without any material in it. Why this is very important? Because when we look at the human system is composed of nanomaterials. You look at the DNA, look at the RNA, look at the enzymes, look at the receptors, antigens, antibodies. Every functional unit in the human body is in a nanometer scale. And when we go to the DNA, we know very specifically that DNA, RNA and its proteomics are completely organized in a nanometer scale. And this is where the homeopathy operates. In the genetic level, especially in the DNA, gene regulatory mechanism and genomics is where homeopathy works. And when it goes at its functional level, at the gross functional level of cell, and homeopathy is 100 times more advanced than any so-called conventional modern medicine in the therapeutic application. That is something we have to be very clear as homeopathic doctors, that will give us enormous confidence. And here the epigenetics, that is DNA methylation, histone modification, chromatin remodeling, can be done by things which are called epi-drugs in nanoscale. So homeopathic medicines are the epi-drugs in nanometer scale as well as in QD scale. So my dear doctors, what we are looking at the future is the medicine, the whole medicine will vanish, I can tell you, I can assure you, in another 20 years, the today's medicine will not be there. It is going to be dictated by the new information in genetics, nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. These three are going to redefine the human health scenario within 1 or 2 decades. If we are lucky, we will see that. And homeopathy has a great role. So the present research finding says that homeopathy is a pure personalized quantum medicine, or you call it nanomedicine or nano-quantum medicine. And when we are taking a case in detail, we are extracting the genetic blueprint of a patient by the characteristics. Because every characteristic symptom we take up has a specific gene modification in our system. And it varies from individual to individual. And it is a time to realize that research papers and the book Nanodynamics. You can see this book was Nanodynamics. The second edition was very recently published by Bijain, and many of the new drugs are added into that, and many of the new informations are also added into this. And few of the books are available in the counter. You can look into that once you are going out. And these are the important works which I have published, and these books are available. In that scientific revolution, homeopathy is the true Medicina Futura. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was a very informative session. Now we move on to the second part of this. We are privileged and excited to have our next speaker, who is the Director Chairperson, Global Homeopathy Foundation in Australia, Dr. Michael Kusuf, MBBS, Consultant Homeopath at National Institute of Integrative Medicine, Melbourne, Australia. Please put your hands together and welcome our next speaker.
Welcome to this talk about rigorous homeopathic randomised controlled trials, number needed to treat versus number needed to interview. I'm Dr. Michael Kusef, Chairman of Global Homeopathy Foundation Australia. Why do we do randomised controlled trials? Well, if you have a statistically mathematically exact and one can expect them to be reproducible. if they have been properly done and properly reported. The only way to disprove them is by demonstrating non-reproducibility. There are a number of researchers in homeopathy have, and one is that the randomized controlled trial does not allow good model validity for homeopathy. In other words, the restrictions of doing randomized controlled trials prevent people from applying proper homeopathic principles. In other words, a simillimum. They are too expensive and they are time consuming. However, the GHF protocol, which has just had its first pilot study completed with a sample of 280 practitioners, each admitting one patient, has overcome this problem. The average cost of a phase 3 randomized controlled trial in the United States for a pharmaceutical company is 20 million US. In Australia, if you were to do the GHF anxiety protocol that we've just completed, it would possibly cost only about $800,000 or $900,000, a lot less than this. Using the GHF protocol, the cost would be $40,000, so less than the cost of a lot of family cars in Australia. How do we do a study with minimal cost and inconvenience to participants? Well, if you look at the case of India, it has about 280,000 practitioners. If you recruit 0.5% of them, or in other words, 1 in 200, then you would have a network of 1,400 practitioners who would be available for doing randomized controlled trials. Each practitioner just admitting one patient each, not a very onerous task, would contribute to a study with very large statistical power and conclusive results. No ifs, no buts, no maybes, no equivocations, as is the case with 30 and 60 and 98 sample size studies, etc. If we have a look at past research in homeopathy, the sample sizes have been small and therefore essentially don't prove anything. The study by Brigo in 1991 had a statistical significance in terms of its effect on treatment of headache. However, a very similar study done a few years later by Valak and his collaborators with a sample size of 98 produced no statistical significance. Neither study proves anything one way or the other than being pilot studies. In order to prove something, they would have to adopt multiple replicates of small sample size studies and then meta-analyze them, or just go ahead and do big samples to start with. And the GHF protocol permits this to be done rapidly and cheaply. Here is another study, very interesting study on small cell cancer in the lung, same problem. 98 patients is too small for a 3-arm study to prove anything definitively. And if you were to do this particular study on, let's say, 1,000 patients, I would say it was going to cost you millions of dollars to do it. Let's see what pharmaceutical companies do. In the case of the statins, vascular event, in the highest risk group was in the vicinity of 25. That means you needed to treat 25 people for 5 years with this pharmaceutical in order to avoid one primary outcome of cardiovascular events, such as myocardial infarction. What was the sample size they used in this particular study, which was a cohort study? 4,513. So there are no small sample size studies for these people unless they're doing little pilot studies. Here is the 4S study, which looked at the action of the cholesterol-lowering agent simvastatin. The sample size used in this double-blind randomized trial, double-blind randomized controlled trial, in heart failure with reduced ejection fraction. This study calculated the 5-year estimated number needed to treat for primary outcome of cardiovascular death or heart failure, hospitalization versus ACE inhibitor. The number needed to treat was 14. So you needed to treat 14 people with this pharmaceutical for 5 years in order to avoid one primary outcome of the study, cardiovascular death or heart failure hospitalization. The sample size, 8,400. Now, with homeopathy, what is the number needed to treat for homeopathy? Let's say you're doing a study in dysmenorrhea or migraine or pain in rheumatoid arthritis or whatever. if you have an ideal homeopathic prescription, most homeopaths would consider you have a simillimum, you have an ideal prescription, very well indicated, would consider that the number needed to treat to get an effect would be 1. So in other words, you have a patient, you have an ideal effect. Now, if the number needed to treat isn't 1, then it's close to 1. It's certainly a lot less than 14 or 25 or 400, as in some quoted in some studies. The problem with homeopathy is not number needed to treat, it's the number needed to interview. Because if you take a homeopathic case and you give an incorrect medicine,
Third topic of this session, signature detection for enhancing the effectiveness of homeopathy. Our speaker is Dr. Nishant Nambisan, MD Gold Medalist, member of Faculty of Homeopathy Malaysia, FBIH London and MDP. He is a medico, an inventor and a techie with many accolades. He is also the principal investigator of the largest homeopathic study in association with WHO, AIMS, ICMR, CSRI. It is my proud privilege to welcome Dr. Nishant Nambisan, sir.
Taking you back to your classroom, let us once again see how Hahnemann discovered potentization, that is the method of dynamization. So it caused undue, caused reactions, and so he decided to give low potencies. So once what he found was that the medicines that were carried in the carriages, on the bullock carts and carriages, they worked better than the medicines that were simply diluted. So he ordered a saddle, and on that saddle he started doing this. In the year 2008, Dr. Luc Montagnier of France got the Nobel Prize for discovering HIV. So this was the person who later published a research paper where he diluted the bacterial solution that were sterile and that yielded electromagnetic signals where no bacteria was to be found. And this paper was based on the method of homeopathic dilution, homeopathic dynamization. In this paper, what this doctor did was that he took Mycoplasma pyrum and then he filtered that mycoplasma, and the fluid that was left behind was then serially potentized. And this, to his surprise, he saw that the potencies 5x, 8x, and 12x, they were showing electromagnetic signals that were comparable to the electromagnetic signals emitted by Mycoplasma pyrum. So this was the device you can see here. This was the device where he used to put the diluted dynamized solution,
and this computer would reveal the waveforms of the Mycoplasma pyrum in the highly diluted form where no bacteria was to be found. So this was in year 2011 where he patented this technology along with the technology where he used the dynamization method, and to my surprise this patent has no mention of homeopathy or no mention of Hahnemannian method of dynamization, and the dynamization process, the potentization process was patented in the year 2011. So I was wondering if this can be replicated in homeopathic medicine system of medicine. That is when I collaborated with CSIR, that is the central government agency in Bhopal, wherein we developed this sensor which can detect homeopathic medicines and characterize it. So this was the sensor that we developed, which has coil, and this coil has a mu box. This mu box actually what it does is it will separate the ambient electromagnetic signals that are there in the atmosphere, and mobile signals, and these can interfere. So we separated the signals from the atmosphere. So the electromagnetic signals was found in homeopathic medicines. And so as you all know that ferrum metallicum is also already a ferromagnetic property element. So what about other elements like argentum metallicum, which is non-magnetic? So as you already know that ferrum metallicum is a ferromagnetic, and other medicines like silver, argentum nitricum, they are diamagnetic in property. So diamagnetic means they will not be attracted to the magnet. So here you can see there are the different potencies of plumbum metallicum, ferrum metallicum, antim tart, alumina, zincum metallicum, argentum nitricum. They are different medicines, and in different potencies they emitted electromagnetic signals, and that were captured, and we are in the process of standardizing this method. So we saw that it was showing a logarithmic behavior, and due to this logarithmic behavior it can be used for enhancing the quality of medicine and also controlling the quality of homeopathic medicines. So before you give it to a patient, if you can identify whether the medicine has the same quality or not, it will definitely improve the effectiveness of the rightly chosen medicine. You can see that the plumbum metallicum was one medicine which was giving the highest response, followed by ferrum metallicum, and then still followed by antim tart and argentum, zincum and alumina. So this was because of the associated natural property of the metal. So here you will see that there are several papers in physics, not in homeopathy, in physics, wherein they say that if lead is converted into nanoparticle, it will start behaving like a magnet. So that means if our homeopathic medicines are showing magnetic properties, ferromagnetic properties, that means it has been converted into nanoparticles, and only then they will show the magnetic properties if they are converted into nanoparticles. Electron microscopy to see if there were ferrum metallicum particles. So they tried different characterization tools, but this was the only tool wherein they could find the signature of the particular medicine. Recently, a scientist, Kohane, he discovered that if gold nanoparticles are injected into a rat with venous malformation, and phototherapy is done, then the venous malformation disappears in merely 2 days. So here the nanoparticle medicine is coming up in a very big way. The only thing that was done differently here in this study was that it was non-homeopathic, but it was followed by phototherapy. So this was a very good paper that has been recently published. So we have to rethink as homeopaths that whether we can also use some augmented therapy along with our therapy which can enhance the potential of homeopathic medicines. This was published recently in a physics journal, not in a homeopathic journal. A high impact factor physics journal, Material Science, Elsevier published this paper and widely acknowledged by the scientific community world over. So you know that disease also changes the electromagnetic frequencies of cells and tissues, and homeopathic medicines are also found to be emitting electromagnetic signals in different conditions. So the similima principle here puts back the pathological pathways into physiological pathway think. So this is the indigenous tool that we developed, and this is an experimental setup. We are now making it more better and trying to standardize it. So here you can see there are different homeopathic medicines, and you would ask me a question whether you have done higher potencies of 30 to 100 1M. Yes, we are doing it. In the coming months we will be coming up with the results of those medicines also. One thing that I would like to emphasize here, that Luc Montagnier, who was a Nobel Prize winner, saw that if the medicines, homeopathic medicines or any medicines, if they have to follow this rule of dynamization, they are better prepared in diluted in water rather than other solutions. Second thing he told was never keep it freezing, because freezing will cause the medicine to deteriorate its effectiveness, and also the medicines kept above the temperature of 40 degrees Celsius will also lose its electromagnetic properties. So these are some caveats that you should also use in your daily practice. And before doing this experimentation, we also put these homeopathic medicines to vortexing, that is a special method of potentizing and charging, which enhanced the electromagnetic signals of the homeopathic medicines. As you can see, this was vortexed charged homeopathic medicines, and these were non-charged homeopathic medicines. So I will speak about this sometime later. Thank you very much for a very patient listening.
The next part of our session is on the topic Scope of Homeopathy in Tuberculosis Research by Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar, has PhD in Human Genetics from Osmania University. She is also the director of Dr. Airavardhan Clinical Laboratory, Hyderabad. We would like to invite Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for extending this invitation to be a part of this August gathering. For me, it is a learning experience. Diagnosis and treatment of infectious diseases has always challenged both microbiologists and clinicians in terms of early diagnosis and treatment, especially Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Recent advent of molecular techniques and early detection of MTB has become possible with culture. Now it can be detected within 48 hours with the advent of all molecular techniques. But given the limitation of conventional antibiotics and emerging drug resistance, it's of utmost importance. The latest to come in the diagnostic field is the whole genome sequence of M. tuberculosis complex. This has opened a new avenue to look into all the mutations which can be responsible for the drug resistance. Basically, all the new strains of MTB who has not been treated first line drugs of the conventional medication. But MDR develops over a period of time. It does not develop in a day or at a moment. It has to have a sequential mutational exposure to the drugs, then it develops the mutation. Those mild mutations can be detected when you do the whole genome sequence. This is when the patient is not responding to the ATT. Now, coming to how homeopathy has given its importance, there's a wonderful paper by Dr. Kusum S. Chand presented at 65th Congress. She has done along with TB hospitals in and the summary of the whole thing was ATT plus homeomedicines had a complementary effect in the sense, yeah. Sure, thank you. And tuberculum as an intercurrent remedy in active disease has shown promising results. And homeopathic intervention can supplement the existing regimen, resulting in improved outcome compared to only the conventional treatment. How they came to this conclusion was they followed up around 150 patients already on ATT with and without homeopathic medicine. It was the chronicity of the tuberculosis in varying degrees, suggesting that early intervention could have had a better outcome. Continuing, Dr. Praveen had done an in vitro pilot study on the effect of tuberculin 30 on the genetic sequence of a multi-drug strain of tuberculosis. Now, we had exposed the tuberculin 30 in different potencies to the control strain S37RV and also a multi-drug resistant strain. Should I methodologies? I'll cut short that. But what we found basically there was a change in the protein and the enzymes SNPs, that is single nucleotide polymorphism. Now, coming next to the further going with the immune responses, we wanted to see how household contact in TB patients react. Suppose there is an index patient in a home. At least the members who are exposed to these index patients, not all develop TB, but only few of the members can develop TB. So, we had done around 200 to 300 patients, both healthy controls and the household contacts of the TB patients, to check on 3 mycobacterial antigens, and we checked for interferon gamma and IL-23 and NK cells also. So what we found was there was a low expression of IL-23R in TB patients compared to healthy controls, indicating that he will be prone to TB infection. The next one what we checked was natural killer cells. These will be increased in healthy controls compared to the TB patients when they are PPD positive, MATO positive. When they are exposed, these are all the pilot studies which we are doing now. And the next one was interferon gamma. And here also we found that the interferon gamma is reduced in patients who are in the risk of developing TB. So coming to the further researches are what we can look in, which is in the offing with ICMR, which is being done at Bhagwan Mahavir Hospital now, we are to take a long-term default, and that leads to drug resistance. And second thing, we are checking out on 3 types of vaccines in household contacts and following them for 3 years. Then vaccines, there are 2 types, one in the household contacts and one in already treated patients. Vaccines are being given to see if they don't get any relapse or the relapse rate is contribute to around 30% of the TB transmission in an urban setting compared to villages and other, where there are less crowding. So when you visit an urban slum, you will find its poor ventilation, and the risk factors basically overcrowding and very poor economic condition. So basically, if we find out the hotspots, hotspots are the clustering of TB cases in pockets of urban slum. So this is how the hotspots will be. But how do you identify a hotspot? We had done a pilot study by using geographical information technology. We went to how we found out that these were the hotspot is in any DMCs when the patients keep coming from a certain area. 1 minute, can I take? Okay. We identified that the household contacts are more in these hotspots compared to the other. So if we focus our treatment or our interventions in these particular areas, the amount of transmission can be cut down, and TB can be arrested at least to a certain. How can homeopathy be complementary? More research has to be done whether homeopathy has an adjuvant, can act as an adjuvant, improve the immunity, and also help in healing the lung tissues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your insights and expertise on tuberculosis research. The last topic of the first session is on Hashimoto thyroiditis. And our speaker for this session is Professor Dr. V. Satish Kumar. He is a celebrated homeopath specializing in treating mental and behavioral disorders, including autism and ADHD. He is the professor and HOD in the Department of Repertory at Sarada Krishna Homeopathy Medical College, Kanyakumari, since 12 years. It's my great honor to invite Professor Dr. V. Satish Kumar sir on stage.
Good morning to all. Today I am going to present on research related to Hashimoto's thyroiditis in the recent advances. In our Sarada Krishna Homeopathic Medical College, myself is in charge of that thyroid department. Last few years we are doing some work on that, and from which only I am going to present something regarding that Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Especially there is a clinical study to effectiveness of homeopathic treatment in Hashimoto's thyroiditis by thyroid peroxidase antibody level 1. Next is an anti-thyroglobulin antibodies level, and also in thyroiditis with vitamin D deficiency. I will explain in detail. Before that, there is an only just an introduction part only. I am telling that thyroid is a gland which is present in that neck region in that in front of the larynx. It's a butterfly shape, right and left lobe, and it is an isthmus. Usually that is a function little because of homeopathy is related to mind, how it is influencing, and if you know that the physiology, then only you can understand the depth level of that. First of all, the hypothalamus is secreting thyroid releasing hormone, and it is coming into the pituitary, and it is also from other sources, and if depend upon that demand, the thyroid stimulating hormone is secreted, the normal value is there, and then it is coming into the thyroid gland, and from the thyroid to the iodine, and it is producing in two hormones are there, thyroxine and triiodothyronine. The 93% is from the thyroxine, and only 7% is from the triiodothyronine. Even after that, thyroxine is converted into thyroidine also be there. Then for our purpose of that study, that is normally we are using that T3 and T4 level, but if you go deep level, that is you can use the free thyroid and free T3 and T4 level. That is very useful. And after that, then it is coming into the blood pool, and with the depend on that, it will coming into that pituitary gland. It will be monitored. This will be controlled. Then it is also very good action into the metabolism. It is the depend upon that secretion of the thyroid gland only the metabolism is coming. The growth and normal growth, especially from the children. I will tell you one patient is coming from one that is infant coming to us, and that is always be that that infant is wetting that lips. On that time, there is one doctor from pediatrician I told that she told that it is due to hypothyroidism. I sent the case for that, and on that time that is at the THS service raised. I give calcaria got good result. So that is from that infant level itself it is most important. Then directly I am the thyroid. Hashimoto's thyroiditis name it is given due to because that is invented by a Japanese physician. It is Hashimoto. It is that is mainly the Hashimoto thyroiditis. It is otherwise known as chronic lymphocytic thyroiditis, or it is an autoimmune thyroiditis. So it is having main role in the autoimmune mechanism. There it is immune system is destroyed, so that end that thyroid gland is going into fibrotic stage. So here depend upon that damage, this is an antigen, it is creating that antibodies. So we can measure that antibodies depend upon that there is an antimicrosomal antibodies, or it is known as anti-thyroid antibody or TPO antibody. Here the best serological markers it is into diagnosis. Normal value is that is less than 9 international unit. The thyroglobulin antibodies is another antibodies. It will detect the confirm then autoimmune thyroiditis, and is a normal value is 116 less than that 160. There is two things are very important. I will go in each and every that is an antibodies level. It is having primarily it is autoimmune thyroiditis, Hashimoto's thyroiditis there. The epidemiology, it is an international level. What I am telling is 0.8% 1000 per in women. It is normally the Hashimoto thyroiditis is prevalent. Usually the women are that is an middle age is in adulthood is a major. There is a Hashimoto thyroiditis always be present. Then this first study here we take 30 cases from which I will tell that it is an nearly in 30 cases, this is 57 it is a good moderate improvement, and it is an 33 in the marked improvement, and 10% is only the mild improvement is there. Mainly we are getting in all the cases we have good result with the natrum muriaticum. It's 15 cases, calcaria carb 7, lycopodium and phosphorus in 2 each, and the calcaria iodatum, RMet, arsenicum aluminum iodine in 1 case. Here, especially thyroiditis, age group maximum it is affected is 40 to 45, and it is next is 23 to 35. Especially females, housewives are having 21 cases, and it is lower class people are 15 cases. Natrum muriaticum I already told. Widely we are used in LM potency for we have good result is there, and it is improving gradually. We are increasing potencies are there. Commonly there is common symptoms are there. There is commonly there is weight gain, constipation, harshness of eyes, dry skin, and so many things, slowness of movements, cold skin. All that I am telling is each and every cases we are going. I am the department of repetitive case taking. We know that we are going into the deep level in that mental symptom and mental generals. There almost all the cases are having mainly having this grief, anger, anxiety, and fear. In all that cases, if we are coming to that level only, we are coming into the remedy very directly. Here we got prominent miasm is an psoric miasm. Next study related to thyroglobulin antibodies level. Then here we got with good results are there. Only there is a marked improvement with 40%, moderate only with 13%, mild 10, no improvement with 37%. That is very new findings we got it. I will explain in detail later. It's a natrum, we also come into the natrum muriaticum in 11 cases. Calcaria iodatum is coming into that because previous calcaria carb is 5 cases, aromat, iodum, lactasis, lycopodium, phosphorus, pulsatilla, sepia, staphylococcus in 1 each. Here, there's 11 cases, natrum muriaticum is in 11 cases, and calcaria iodatum is coming into the second level because it is because of the thyroid during the puberty. We find that 6 cases, so we got good result. And also this thyroglobulin antibodies in 12 cases moderately improved. It only that is with the 4 cases only. But TSS level in almost all cases we are getting a good result with THS improvement. Marked in 10 cases, moderate in 12 cases, and mild in 7 cases. The higher incident, it is in this case, we are maximum cases from the coastal area. Even it is available iodine is sufficient. With even the 29 cases are there. And there is an emotional stress is only 13 cases, and history of viral infection and family history of thyroid only 7 cases. Most frequently probable, then into the calcarea agar, phosphorus, then all these remedies are coming. Here, Hashimoto's thyroid is autoimmune disease. It is prevalent. Age group 31 to 35 years, followed by only 26 to 30 years. Females are predominantly affected, especially housewives are more commonly affected. Low socio-economic status in all the cases it is there. And the natriuretic means indicate the first grade remedy, and followed by calcarea carbonicum and phosphorus. Here is widely used LM potency in 56.6% cases. Commonly the symptoms already I told that. Here another finding is there. In almost 2 cases we have got good, this mainly the sore eyes affected. Here we can get the psychotic miasm in 12 cases also. And effectively homeopathic medicines are proved THS level is there. Reduction level of thyroid antibodies in 23 cases. Another very important finding, that is when the thyroglobulin antibody level is increases, there is a rise in the level of anti-thyroid peroxidase level, vice versa. One is raised, another is down. Then reason remaining unknown, we are doing that for the further research. Vitamin D deficiency is present in 28 cases, one of the risk factor of thyroid. But we also with good result with even if the Hashimoto thyroiditis with vitamin D. Then now I am comparing with all these 3 cases. Sorry. Antibodies more prevalent the age group 40 to 45, and it is second is 26 to 40, then in 31 to 35%. Averagely from 26 to 30. Then households are mainly affected this. Here the high risk factor is a lower class people are 15, and middle class is there in that second study, that's the lower study. So that may very less in the high class according to our study. Here the natriureticum is highest remedy, second is a calcarea agar, third is a calcarea iodatum. Here there is a marked improvement cases. Here maximum we are get good result with the LM potency 50%. Here our second is a 23.33% and 56%. The vitamin that deficiency I got good result with 1 potency also 30 also. Here that is an ailments from in almost all cases we are get good result with the grief. So the natrium is coming into the top. There are 6 cases in the first study, second 10 cases and 9 cases, remaining anger, anxiety and fear. So the mental journals having highest role in that prescription of there. Here all the study sora is predominant, on the last study vitamin D, the psychotic also be a predominant, miasm is behind it. Inference. Action of homeopathic medicine in the microstomal antibody has a very good result, but comparing with the anti-thyroglobulin antibody, there is the result is reduced. There only we got there is no improvement with 33% of cases. So that is another one study is there. Then the research is ongoing, elicit the action of medicines are thyroglobulin antibodies. That is now we are planning in another 30 cases with this thyroglobulin. Why that thyroglobulin antibody level is not reduced? That we are doing the research now. And vitamin D deficiency is present in 28 cases, and one of the risk factor of Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Normally, if we are thyroiditis, we are treating, lifelong treatment is needed from the modern medicine. But in homeopathy, with our constitutional remedy, we tried with, always we are tapering the medicine and coming to the normal level within that few years. The hypothyroid state and the deep acting constitutional medicines are proved effective, especially the natriureticum, calcarea carb, lycopodium, phosphorus, so on the remedies. These are all that. Thank you very much. Before that, we are also doing so many other research on that. Now we have a tie-up with Rajiv Gandhi Center for Biotechnology. Our PG students and ourselves, we are doing. And on that, we got very good result with the homeopathic scientificity. But in another occasion, that on that time we will prove that, and also what are the available science in which we are doing so many researches on that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the illuminating presentation. Let us give a round of applause to all our speakers for sharing their knowledge and insights on this day. Your words have been truly inspiring and have added great value to our event. I request Dr. Cheramanan, Principal of Sri Sairam Homeopathy Medical College, and Dr. Brito Wilbert Das, Vice Principal of Venkateshwara Homeopathy Medical College and Hospital, to felicitate the speakers of the first session. I request Dr. Cheramanan and Dr. Brito Wilbert Das to present a bouquet and memento to Dr. E.S. Rajendran, Dr. Nishant Nambi, Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar, and Dr. V. Satish Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The fastidious person like our Dr. J. Sangvi has been anxious for the past 4 days since there was overcast condition and threat of cyclone. And he was not only anxious, he was also making the atmosphere anxious and spoiling everybody's mood also. But if you look at the people here, the people who have registered, because I have seen many people have registered and they have gone down to the food court to have some cup of coffee or tea, I don't know. They would come up anyway. So the number of delegates, as we have expected, has really surpassed even our expectations. So we are all thankful to all the colleges, all the students, all the delegates. In fact, it's not customary to start any function with vote of thanks. It is reverse. But I started with thanks to all of you. Because but for you, it wouldn't have happened now. And I am also thankful on behalf of GHF, KHF and ViBha to the galaxy of speakers. One of my close friends, Dr. Subhash, he was asked, shall we start moving the chairs up? Yeah, please, please. I'm killing the time, sir. Thank you. He asked me, shall we start moving the chairs? He should. So Subhash was asking me, Are yaar, these many speakers for one day, why not you put it for 2 days? But I said, we have one more fastidious person, very ardent personality, very workaholic and systematic, methodical, patron of our GHF, Dr. Sri Dangayaji. He gave us this program in Ahmedabad where 16 speakers were there and everything went on meticulously and we almost stuck to the time. And people who attended that function, they all got satisfactory feeling. So this is what it happened. Take care here, there is a screen. So, Subhash, you have seen first session in the morning, 5 speakers. It's over in time, right? And one more thing, I have a complaint against Dr. Subhash Singh. Don't mistake me that it is a verbal duel between me and Subhash. He threatened Dr. Kinjal Shah that if it is for 10 minutes, I will not come to Chennai. Because he being a philosophy teacher, his introduction will be half an hour. Goes on. But I told him, you are coming here not for the lecture. It is for us. So likewise, today the galaxy of speakers, almost all of them have confirmed. They are all here, many of them. They would present their papers, and I assure you, there would be a great take-home message, and you will learn a lot, and you would also see that there are so many areas which you wouldn't have got exposed to, or you wouldn't have even dreamt that homeopathy can be effective in that. In fact, yesterday one of my other friends was asking, Dr. Anil Khurana Sahab is so relaxed here. I asked him, sir, sir, aap aa gaye, hum bahut khush ho gaye. You came here, we are very happy. He said it is long pending. He is the chairperson of that ethics committee. He is champion for consumers awareness. In one word, I told my friend, Jayesh, yaar, whatever he is, his value you can assess because he publishes a magazine which is costing 200 rupees. So you can imagine. So we know in the market only 100 rupees magazines are more. But 200 is, so it's such a great high value. He is there with us since yesterday. And we have a great grand practitioner of homeopathy, Dr. Srinivasan, a legend even today. We have so. And he is here. Yesterday I was asking Dr. Shakuntala, is he wheelchair bound or he can? No, he can walk faster than all of us. Really, may God give him full length of his life with full comfort, happiness and health. And we got enormous help, response, encouragement and support by so many colleges. Not only two which have stood in the front like Venkateshwara and Sairam, also Salem College, but also Kulashekaram, Sarada Krishnan College, our GIMS College, and Kottayam, our own people from Kottayam also, they came. My students, Sridevi, Chakravarti, they came all the way from their own places. There are many people who have come a long way to witness this celebration here of GHF, KHF and ViBha, the Homeo Vijnana Sammelan 4. And this Homeo Vijnana Sammelan, we have started on 9th April 2023 in Hyderabad. And there also we had 4 topics, and each topic 3 speakers, 12 speakers. So likewise, this should be easier. We are all tubercular, not to have one single item full, so too many items. At least one would be better, 2 would be better, that's how we have that mind in our mind. So on 9th April we had in Hyderabad, it was a very great grand success in IICT. From there we moved to Greater Noida in Baxan College. There also we had a very tremendous success, lot of support from Baxan College. Dr. Sunny Bakshi was very instrumental in making it grand success. More than anything else, all the attendees there, even today they give a ring and say, "Are yaar, khana bole to waise rehna." Food was fantastic there. So here also it is waiting for you anyway. Now, then we moved to Ahmedabad on 23rd September, where Sri Dangayaji and Dr. Shivang, they took the whole responsibility. And it was a great grand success in Ahmedabad Management Association Auditorium. Now we are having here in Chennai. Already it has started. We have heard we are going to witness the inaugural function also. And I'm pretty sure all our guests would agree with me that they would confine their speeches to a limited time, because the GHF or KHF, we always believe in catering to the needs of delegates, the education, rather than just political speeches or spending a lot of time in inaugural function. Though of course it takes customary tradition to felicitate the great people here, and we have legends list here from Tamil Nadu, and we would also felicitate them. It would be our great privilege to felicitate them. And then we will have the other 3 sessions to follow, followed by a panel discussion. Panel discussion, I wish all of you, especially the students and young doctors, participate in panel discussion. And this panel discussion will not be like the speakers here would speak and you will not have an opportunity to speak. You will only ask questions, and if they answer, let them answer. If they don't answer, at least take down the question and answer it in mail. If they may not have the answer right now, they would answer later. So that is what we have designed for today's program. And if everything is ready, we would start with one small request to my guests, my chief guests, and template is on their handle only, so please take care of that. It might fall down. Okay. Now I start with requesting our revered, the great personality, Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairperson, National Commission for Homeopathy, as Vishishta Atithi for today. Dr. Anil Khurana ji, please come on to the dais. Next, I request Dr. Ishwar Das, Patron and Trustee, GHF, to come on to the dais. I also request our own Dr. J.H.V. Sangvi, Chairman, Global Homeopathy Foundation, to come on to the dais. Though in fact the chief guest should have been Mr. Gagandeep here, maybe entrusted with some other work, because he is known for his great crusader work during that tsunami. So now he may be expecting such type of things, so he may be busy there. He sent a virtual message as well. Now I request Professor Bejan Mishra ji. He is International Consumer Policy Expert, Chairman Expert Committee Insurance Sector for Ayush, Government of India, to come on to the dais. He is a very jovial person. He is a visiting professor as well. I request Dr. Subhash Singh Sparkle in the whole program here. India's first Grammy Award winner. And when she is coming here, you all should say Jai Ho, because she sang that song. It is not the claps, you should say Jai Ho. Okay. She is an international recording artist, singer and songwriter as well, Miss Tanvi Shah. May I request our own Mr. Pradeep Narang, Chairman, Sri Aurobindo Society, National and International. Sir, please come on to the dais. He was first among the people who came in the very earlier hours of this program. So along with his wife. So I welcome you, sir. Please come, sir. May I request our own Mr. Arvind Gupta ji. Both of them are patron GHF, Chairman OPG Power Group, India and UK, Arvind ji. Innovative Thought Forum, He is our patron of GHF. He is National Vice President of Arogya Bharati as well. May I request our Mr. Manoj Santalia, Chairman, the New Indian Express? Is not? No. Okay, expected. Kinjal, Mehul. Veeramani. May I now request Mr. S.V. Veeramani, Chairman and Managing Director, Fort's former President, IDMA. Please, sir. The auditorium is silent as though when Virat Kohli was bowled. Now you would definitely clap now. I request Professor Dr. A. Shakuntala, Director and Principal, Venkateshwara Homeopathy Medical College, to come out to the please come. Now I request my own friend, classmate, and now member National Commission for Homeopathy, Professor Dr. Senthil Kumar, to come on to the dais. Senthil. Former advisor to Government of India and right now advisor to our Ishwar Das sir, Mrs. Radha Das madam, please come on to the dais. I am not inviting Dr. Venkataraman because he is already there on the stage. I will invite you all. Now, we'll stand for a prayer song. Have I missed anybody? I did not understand anything in this prayer, but I could only understand that it is a prayer. Okay. May I now request Dr. Ishwar Das, founder, chairman of GHF, now former chairman. Now he is the trustee and patron of GHF and former advisor to Government of India, Dr. Ishwar Das, to give his welcome address.
Vanakkam.
May I request Mrs. Meena Dada to come on to the dais, please?
Once again, Vanakkam. Good morning to all of you. It's a great day for homeopathy, but for all the complementary alternate medicine, safe medicine. I am quite privileged to be here to welcome all of you to this function. My friend Dr. Praveen has taken the name of all the great dignitaries here who supported us and decided to come today with us to this great function. This Chennai event is a unique event because we are scaling up our ideas of taking homeopathy to a different level. As it has been mentioned, this is the third one, and here we got enormous support from the fraternity. I have a special honor to welcome all of you, not as the former chairman and patron of Global Homeopathy Foundation, but I am one among the first homeopath qualified from Tamil Nadu, way back in 1973. I still remember that 1974, this long time back, I qualified from Tamil Nadu in the first batch of homeopathy the DHMS examination conducted by the Tamil Nadu Homeopathy Council. So this is a special privilege to welcome all of you to this function. Today we have distinguished guests. I think the time allotted to me is too short and the program is too jam-packed. I will not be going to the details of the dignitaries here. My friend, colleague, and now the chairman of the prestigious National Homeopathy Commission for Homeopathy, Dr. Anil Khurana. We are so privileged that you have agreed to come over here and grace the occasion as the chairperson. Dr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi will be addressing us virtually. Professor Bijon Mishra, again, he is a very versatile person now who has come to help us in getting more opportunities for the homeopathic fraternity in healthcare, either in insurance sector or giving us new directions to take homeopathy. The Global Homeopathy Foundation is interacting with the dignitaries from different profession, not only from the other medical profession, but on creating new models of healthcare. And we have with us one of our greatest mentor, Mr. Dengayaj, S.B. Dengayaj, who has got an innovative thought forum to create more ideas into homeopathy, to how to upscale our profession. Padma Bhushan Ella Gandhi is our patron. She will be addressing virtually with us. Mr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, he will also be addressing us virtually. Dr. Subhash Singh, my colleague, former colleague and friend, he is the director of National Institute of Homeopathy. He has taken a lot of pain to reach to our venue. Welcome, Dr. Subhash Singh. Professor R. Meena Kumari, Dr. Sri Murari, I remember Dr. Murari, who was the Secretary Health in Tamil Nadu at some point of time. Ms. Tanveer Shah, yeah, you are most welcome and we are so privileged to have you with us. Pradeep Narangji, a great philosopher, friend, and one of our sister Shivani ji is with us, and she will be addressing us virtually. Dr. Jayanti Ravi, she will be addressing. Dr. Mohan Das, Dr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Dr. P. Venkatraman, Managing Trustee of the Kopikar Foundation. Kopikar Foundation, Innovative Thought Forum, these are the two and Vigyan Bharati. These are the other organizations who have given us helping hand in making this event successful. There are dignitaries off the dais like principals from several colleges. A list of participants of the colleges shows that, and the students from A.M. Sheikh Homeopathic Medical College, Bhagavan Buddha Homeopathic Medical College, Devas College, Guriraju Homeopathic Medical College, Hanuman Homeopathic Medical College, Government Homeopathic Medical College, Tirumangalam, GIMS, Kamaraj University, the NRIHM Kottayam, Sarada Krishna Homeopathic Medical College, Shivaraj Homeopathic Medical College, Sona Naturopathy and Yoga Center, Sainath Homeopathic Medical College, Venkateswara Homeopathic Medical College, White Memorial Homeopathic Medical College, Sai Ram Sitha Medical College. All these, the participants are all from all these institutions. Your very presence here is the motivation for us to take this program forward. And there are so many other dignitaries. I welcome all of you, all the dignitaries who have come off the dais, on the dais, who are coming on virtual platforms. So make it a great day for you as well as for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I request the dignitaries on the dais, please light the lamp and pay floral tributes to Hahnemann. It's a great tradition in India. I have attended quite a few international conferences. There is no such. So we pay our tributes to him, but for him, we wouldn't have been here as a homeopath. He was a rebel, went against the then practices of allopathy and established system of homeopathy. Thank you very much. Now I request our chairman, Dr. Jayeshvi Sangvi, to give his presidential address. That's an auspicious.
At the onset of the 21st century, as homeopathy emerges from obscurity, gaining wider global acceptance as an alternative, complementary and scientific system of medicine, it remains shrouded in a veil of mystery, misconceptions and fallacies. Homeopathy has been the Cinderella of the world of medicine, to claim the rightful place as a mainstream scientific medicine of healing in the world. Respect Vishisht Atithi Ji, Sri Anil Khurana Ji. Respected Chief Guest, Sri Gagandeep Singh Ji Bedi, who unfortunately could not come the last minute, the Health Secretary of Tamil Nadu. He has sent us a video clip. And then the special guest. Our special guest, Professor Bijon Mishra Ji, Sri Ravi Vasudevan Ji, who could not come the last minute from Bangalore. Srimati Maithili Rajendran Ji, the Commissioner of Homeopathy and Indian Medicine, Tamil Nadu. And a vast big array of our guest of honors. We have Mr. Pradeep Narang Ji, Mr. Arvind Gupta Ji, Mrs. Meena Dadar Ji, Tanvi Shah, Dr. A. Shakuntala, Dr. Senthil, Dr. Radha Das Ji, Mr. Veeramani, and a lot of other people who, some of them could not make the last minute. But friends, they are the well-wishers of homeopathy. Many of them are not homeopaths. The reason we have these guests of honors to be here is that you realize that personalities and personas like them believe in homeopathy and they trust homeopathy. It is a matter of great pride for all of us. Now, I am extremely delighted to address you all in this unique event, the fourth amongst the exceptional series of 10 national and international conferences that GHF along with ViBha has been conducting all across India. And wherever we have been, we have joined hands with the local organizations and like-minded homeopaths. Here, as you know, we have Dr. Kopika Foundation of Homeopathy, which does tremendous and wonderful work and social service over here. And now, Global Homeopathy Foundation, to give you a brief idea about our organization, it's a non-profit organization that has envisioned universal acceptance of homeopathy by consolidating its strength as a safe, scientific, effective, and financially viable Indian pluralistic healthcare stream that positioned itself as a role model for homeopathic global healthcare. GHF was established in 2014. It's getting to be 10 years, friends. It started with a small thought in mind. Seven homeopaths from across India joined hands together. It was Dr. Srivas Menon, our managing trustee, who initiated this. And then we grew from a small organization, we built it to a global level in our own little way. And here we have been working, GHF has been working all across the world in different fields and social work. We have also led delegations to countries like Vienna and others. We have research happening across the world, especially with Australia, the latest research, which is on the verge of completion, where we had tremendous support from homeopathic institutions across the country, especially Bharatiya Vidyapeeth. We have Dr. Anita Patil, the Dean of Bharatiya Vidyapeeth, present with us. She was a tremendous motivator. Similarly, from Venkateshwara, Dr. Shakuntala is there, and Dr. Sandhya, who played a major role. So, with the support of all these organizations, GHF is moving forward towards its goal. Along with that, I would also be grateful, when we have people like Mr. Pradeep Narang, Mr. Arvind Gupta, Mr. Manoj Sontalia of Indian Express, who have been supporting us unstintedly at every phase. Whether it is financial support, whether it is guidance in some form, mentoring us, that gives us the courage to do whatever we are doing. And I'm grateful to all of them. Also, our deepest appreciation goes to ViBha. It has been organizing a series of conferences all across the world. ViBha is the one that took Ayurveda to the next level. And ViBha last year agreed to accept homeopathy as a part of its group. And ViBha has been helping us reach, I think, the next level. Just a matter of time, we will see that happen. I would also say that in the past 10 years, GHF, apart from organizing various conferences, GHF has organized two of the world's largest conferences since 2014, since its inception. The first was in 2015, when we had 26 scientists doing fundamental research. Friends, believe me, till then nobody knew that there was fundamental research happening in homeopathy. Homeopathy was always questioned for its scientificity. They said it's unscientific, there is no proof. But we discovered, GHF discovered that there were 26 scientists. We had them from 11 countries. That was the world's largest conference on fundamental research in homeopathy. We did one more such on interests from allopathy, from Ayurveda, Siddha, homeopathy, naturopathy. People like Luke Cortino, who's one of the world's most renowned nutritionists, all come over at Cochin in 2020. It was a remarkable success. And the chief guest was none other than the personal physician of Prince Charles in those days, Dr. Martin. So GHF has been working at different levels. Similarly, social work, whenever we have had the floods in India, floods in Chennai especially, or the dengue epidemics, the chikungunya epidemics. During the pandemic, GHF did tremendous work. More than 3 lakh people were given homeopathic immunity boosters. There were villages, complete villages that were covered by GHF, one near Pune, somewhere in Gujarat. So GHF has been contributing and doing its own good work that it can. Now, amongst the recent development, like I said, GHF joined hands with ViBha. The reason behind that was to elevate the stature of homeopathy nationally and globally. We need the support of organizations of these kinds. It has the first of its kind in the history of homeopathy. GHF has organized this series of 10 conferences. Like we said, like Dr. Praveen said, this is the series. And these conferences are going to culminate by next year end, by November 2020, one of the largest conferences in the world, where we expect participation of about 6,000 delegates and participation of 75 countries. We have also been trying to work with organizations like WHO, UNESCO, work is on towards that. And in all these conferences that we have been doing, we have made it a part of our duty to recognize the legends of homeopathy. I would like to remind the younger generation of homeopaths present here. I would wonder that you hardly would know of any of the earlier generation of homeopaths who have played a tremendous role in bringing homeopathy to the level that it has. Homeopaths who have played a tremendous role in bringing homeopathy to the level that it has been. All right? So here, so in Tamil Nadu, we are going to honor the legends of Tamil Nadu, and in our mega event, we are going to honor Dr. Mahendra Lal Sarkar, the first homeopath of India, and many other such legends. Homeopathy has a long history of being a safe, effective, and alternative medicine that has been used for centuries. As communities around the world continue to seek holistic healthcare approaches, the need for education and research in the field of homeopathy is more important than ever. As the chairman of Global Homeopathy Foundation, I am committed to advocating that homeopathy be recognized as a legitimate and valuable form of healthcare, and to promote research in the field to ensure the continuity and efficacy and safety. Our mission is to create a global standard of healthcare and education in homeopathy, and to bring together experts from around the world to share the knowledge and experience in the field. We believe that homeopathy has the potential to revolutionize the way we approach healthcare. This is the greenest system of medicine in the world. And the idea is to provide affordable and effective treatment for people world over. Friends, doctors, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, I invite each of you to join us in this important task. Whether you are a practitioner, a researcher, or simply someone who loves and is interested in learning more about homeopathy, your involvement is critical to advancing this cause. Together, we create a healthier, more equitable and world for promoting homeopathy. Thank you for your commitment for this important cause. We at GHF look forward to working with each one of you in the coming years to advance the mission of the Global Homeopathy Foundation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayesh. Now I request our organizers to play the virtual address by Mr. Gagandeep Singh Bedi, IAS, Health Secretary of Government of Tamil Nadu. He was kind enough to send this message. He could not make it, and last minute he sent this message.
Can you show me your hands? Yes, yes. And say a loud hello to me. Yeah, very good, very good. I am very happy that all of you, with all this rain and expected cyclone, you have made it. I congratulate you all. My only suggestion is, don't talk to your neighbors. You look at me and keep a smile on your face. If you keep a smile on your face, you're going to be feeling relaxed, and you will feel happy to be here. Don't strain yourself. Don't look ugly. Look pretty. I can see a lot of girls here. So it's lovely to see all of you. Thank you very much for inviting me. First, I want to start acknowledging the people who were instrumental in getting me here. The first person I must remember is Dr. Dangayach, Mr. Dangayach. He was the person who was in touch with me, and constantly we had been working during the COVID time, post-COVID, and we are constantly in touch. And he got me introduced to a very dynamic person, and he is none other than Dr. And then, of course, as you must be listening right from the morning, you know, my friend from Hyderabad, because I'm now based out of Hyderabad. I've become a citizen of Hyderabad. I've been a voter also. So I've become a voter of Telangana. What I want to tell you all is that after 27 years in Delhi, and of course prior to that 43 years in Jamshedpur, I have now become a citizen of Telangana for the last 2 years. And I'm very happy to be there, because as you all know, that Telangana, you heard in the morning in the first session, we have very good scientists there, great research work is going on. So Telangana has huge opportunities. So I'm very happy that God agreed to send me there. Friends, what I want to tell you all today, you know, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a homeopath. I specialize in communication. My strength is communication. And I develop strategy for communication. And the first thing I do, and I teach people, because I'm attached to academics also, is whatever you do, feel proud about it. And you always should say that homeopathy is the best in the world. Don't argue with people. Don't try to tell people that who is better than whom. But you should always say homeopathy is the best. Yes or no? Yes. Louder. Yes. Very good. Yeah. You should always say that. Because if you don't encourage endorsing your own profession, you will never find people endorsing your profession. That's the first thing, my first message. You must build relationship with your beneficiaries. You see, I've been working for the last 40 years on consumer protection in the country. I've been involved in drafting a lot of legislations in the country for the lawmakers. I have been involved in making a lot of policies for the government. But the prime motive of me being involved has always been the person who pays is always the person who has to be heard first. We are all consumers. We buy something or the other. All these 1.4 billion citizens of India are consumers. More than 7 billion people of the world are consumers. We are all consumers. If consumers were not there, if patients were not there, let him go back without a smile. The first thing I did was to get a smile from you, because you are my consumers today, listening to me. Friends, what I want to tell you is a little small story. Praveen bhai, you mentioned that many committees I am there, government invites me even though I fight with them. I'll tell you the story, you know. One fine day, my team members, people who work for me, they come running to me, sir, I hope some of you understand Hindi. I was told not to speak in Hindi at all, but then I said that kabhi-kabhi Hindi nikal aata hai, so I will speak in Hindi. Sir, hum log falana committee se nikal gaya. I'm out of this committee. So I tell my friends, that means you are not doing a good job. Do much more than what you are doing. Forget about you being out of that committee. But keep doing your good work. After 3 or 4 months, they come running again. Sir, हम लोग फिर से उस committee में nominate हो गया. Then I tell the people, they must be finding these meetings very boring. Because everybody who goes for these meetings, they always say yes, sir, to the chairman. There are very few people who speaks the truth and who speaks in favor of the citizens or the consumers. And that is what we need to learn. That if you speak the truth in favor of the patients, in favor of the consumers, you will be the most wanted people in the world. Yes or no? Can I hear louder? Yes or no? Give a big round of clap to all the homeopaths of the world. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You see, recognition comes only when you feel for the beneficiaries. You need to feel for the beneficiaries. And the only way you can feel for the beneficiaries is when you become yourself a part of the beneficiary. You see, from the time I got involved with Ayush, because I was well known, Mr. Veeramani is there. I was well known in the allopathic world, especially the manufacturers who were very actively involved in manufacturing pharmaceutical products in the country. And you will be very happy to know that India is one of the pharmacies of the world. More than 60% of the production of pharmaceutical products in India are being exported to more than 190 countries. Are you proud of it or not? Yeah, big clap, very big clap. Yeah, you all need to respond, man. You all need to respond. What I want to tell you is, India is today having the largest number of homeopaths or homeopathic related patients who are getting treated in homeopathy of the world is in India today. And I am telling you, with these kind of conventions which you are having, these kinds of sensitization programs which you are having, you will see very soon there will be a huge demand for people like you all to be invited all over the world, to be seen all over the world, treating patients out of homeopathy. And the kind of work which you people are doing, awesome. I salute all of you. It's a great kind of a work which I've been observing, that you are bringing in so much of evidences and you're creating so much of great papers, scientific papers, that very soon we will be the leaders in the world in homeopathy. We are already, but we will go much ahead. Friends, my last, because there's a time limit, I don't want to hear that bell, but I want to close myself. What I want to tell you all is, the most important factor I want to tell, the mission is, not a single citizen in this country, and that's our mission, that should be our mission. Not a single citizen in our country. When people keep walking, I get a little disturbed. So they need to sit down. I hope you're not calculating this time. What I want to tell you all is, be faster. Please sit down faster. Just take a seat and sit down. Just wherever you find an empty seat, just sit down there. Yeah. What I want to tell you all is that we have to develop a strategy in the coming months. And that strategy should be, and as I can see many youngsters, and Hussein, he brought me from the airport to the hotel. By the way, the hotel I'm staying in Chennai is the only hotel in Southeast Asia where 80% of the people who are working there are women. A big clap for the women. And a big clap for Chennai. It's a great work which you people are doing, let me tell you. It's a great work you people are doing. And I'm very happy that so many women are involved in the homeopathic movement. Friends, what I want to tell you all is nothing is free. लोग बोलते हैं ना, मुफ्त में दे दिया. मुफ्त में कभी कुछ नहीं दिया जाता है. I want to see that every student who graduates from a homeopathic college in the next 1 year, they don't do any job muft. They get paid for the work they do, and we have to encourage that and make it possible. What I want to tell you all is, I understand the challenges of the private institutions who are running these institutions. They are unable to pay the interns the money. I understand that. Because they are, as it is, finding it so difficult to manage an educational institution. But what I want to tell you is that if you build relationship with your consumers, your patients, you don't have to ask for a dole, or you don't have to ask for donation, or you don't have to ask for a grace from them. They will pay with a smile to you for the work which you people are doing. Let's build relationship. You must know by name your patients. I remember my childhood days. We had a very famous homeopath doctor as my neighbor. He used to work for Tata Steel in Jamshedpur. He used to meet every day from 7:30 in the evening to about 11 o'clock in the evening, more than 300 patients every day. And people would say that he was giving the medicine and his consultation free. And this is what I want to tell you. I asked the doctor when I grew up that aap muft mein kaise chalate ho? And you know what he said? He said, I don't understand where the money comes from, but it comes to me and I'm able to not only buy the medicine, I'm able to take care of my family and their welfare. The lesson which we have learned is that if you build relationship with your patients, if you know them by name, if you take care of them, imagine that wow factor which will come. किसी दिन आप मोबाइल फोन पे उनको केवल फोन कर लोगे. Just in your mobile you will call that person and say, आपने आया था हमारे पास, you had come to me one day with so and so disease. How are you today? Just imagine that one phone call. And I challenge you, and I assure you and I guarantee you, my friends, especially the youngsters who are in college today, when you go back to become an intern, when you graduate to become an intern, when you become a professional homeopath, build relationship with your patients. Give them a call once in a while and find out how they are. Figure out how they are treating themselves and how they are taking care of themselves. Do not allow a single citizen in India to create a debt or sell their assets to access health care. Let's make that a mission. We'll make it happen, and it will show to the country that if we all homeopaths come up together, we will not allow a single person in this country to sell their assets or create a loan to access health care. It is possible, and we will do it. Because I know your homeopathy practice, your system is such, it makes healthcare most affordable and most accessible. What I want to tell you all is Ayushman Bharat by the government of India, and health is a state subject. Let's start from Tamil Nadu. It is unfortunate that the Principal Secretary Health couldn't be here, but we heard his message. Sardars are great people, let me tell you. They are change makers. You know, I can see one lone Sardar here, but एक ही है सबको manage करने के लिए. See, what I want to tell you all is, yes or no? Louder. I can't hear the youngsters. Thank you very much. In fact, it was so nice to be with you all. Thank you very much. I can assure you, and I assure you today, that the role which I am playing, I'm supposed to bring insurance sector into the Ayush system. We don't need help from anybody. We are capable ourselves. The only help we need is developing a partnership. And we will build this partnership with the help of the patients. God bless all of you. It was great to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. You can feel this podium is still shaking. Now we will have virtual message from Rajiv Vasudevanji. Yeah, before that, I request the chairman of KFH and chairman of GHF to felicitate Professor Bejan Mishra with a memento of gratitude. It's a token of love on behalf of all of you. He is from Lucknow, and the slogan in Lucknow city is, "You are in Lucknow, please smile." मुस्कुराइए आप लखनऊ में आए हैं, तो उसीलिए he started with please smile. Okay, now we will have Rajiv Vasudevan's virtual message.
I'm here today with all of you at the Medicina Futura International Homeopathy Conference and the Homeopathy Vijnana Sammelan. The Global Homeopathy Foundation, Dr. Kopika's Foundation for Homeopathy and Vijnana Bharati, together coming to organize this event, augurs very well for not only homeopathy, but all Ayush systems of medicine. The chief organizers, I would read out those whom I'm familiar with, the effort to mainstream homeopathy. In particular, my compliments to Dr. Ishwar Das, Dr. Jayesh Sanghvi, the chairman of the GHF, Professor Bijon Mishra, who is also known to me otherwise, but was a great votary and supporter for the entire Ayush cause. Sri S.B. Dangayach, for whom I have great respect and over the last few weeks have actively engaged. Dr. Anil Khurana, Mrs. Maithili Rajendran, my friend Dr. Ananta Nageshwaran, and most respected Padma Bhushan Ella Gandhi, and other dignitaries who are here today. It is indeed a milestone event to see such a gathering assemble here to discuss what are the roadblocks, what are the challenges, and how to overcome those challenges with a clear action plan. Having been associated with Ayurveda over the last 19 years, I should say that the path is not easy, right? Because there are many forces which are detrimental or working not in favor of other systems of medicine. Ayurveda and homeopathy are by far the two largest other systems of medicine, with the number of practitioners running into lakhs, right? So I remember the count for homeopathy practitioners in the vicinity of 240,000 licensed practitioners. So it's a huge number. So at this point, I just want to enunciate 5 or 6 very important bullet points, which are the kind of issues which I think GHF should grapple with and come out with a clear action plan. To begin with, there should be a vision document with a balanced approach to all the facets of development of this sector. So whether just from today's conference it emerges or not, I would still urge the GHF and other stakeholders to work in the next 3 months so that a very solid document is developed, which can be presented to the Ministry of Ayush as a vision document for development of the homeopathy sector, number one. In 2017, on behalf of CII, where I was the founder chair of the Ayurveda Forum, which subsequently became the Ayush Forum, we presented a Vision 2017-2022 document, which became the cornerstone for many of the initiatives in Ayurveda and in fact Ayush for the Ministry of.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv Vasudevanji. He is founder and CEO Ayurveda Hospitals and Apollo Hospitals Group Company, Ayurveda Chikitsa Evangelist, Integrative Medicine Evangelist. So great of you for your great message. Now we will have another virtual message from granddaughter of Mahatma Gandhi, Miss Ela Gandhi, who is our international patron of Global Homeopathy Foundation.
As always, I have tried to be present at most of your with the alternate medication groups, particularly the homeopathy group, which has made so many advances in the past decade and over. So I wish you all the success, and I hope that this conference is going to end up with more progress and more new ideas to establish homeopathy as a viable alternate to the mainland medication services. I hope the world will see the benefit and will recognize this method of medication. Thank you, and I wish you all the success.
Thank you, ma'am. Your blessings are very much needed. Now, please stand by for one more virtual message, just 2 minutes only. Mr. V. Anantanageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India.
Very happy to note the Global Homeopathy Foundation, Kopikas Foundation for Homeopathy Vijnana Bharati, Medicina Futura, International Homeopathy Conference, Homeopathy Vijnana Sammelan. My heartfelt congratulations to the office bearers and patrons of the Global Homeopathy Foundation for thinking of us. In that regard, that conferences such as these will serve an enormous purpose, because I noticed that in this conference, practitioners of modern medicine also participate, and papers are presented and discussed in a manner that is familiar to practitioners of Western medicine and to the Western audience. Traditional medicine systems score over the Western medicine system in the sense that they intend not to make the medicine or the patient solely dependent on the medicine, but use the medicine to facilitate the process of healing that the body naturally has. And that is where homeopathy and traditional medicine systems score over Western medicine systems. They do not make the patient dependent on the medicine for life. It simply allows the body to use its natural healing properties to cure the person concerned of the ailments and restore good health to their lives. So in traditional systems of medicine, homeopathy and Ayurveda, etc., and I'm very happy that this conference will deliberate upon the synergistic benefits that various medicine systems can bring to each other, and how even in those cases where allopathic treatment may be unavoidable and necessary, at least in the near term, where homeopathic methods of treatment could help the patient assimilate and effectively utilize the Western medicines and get back to normal life and health more quickly than otherwise possible. I wish the conference all success, and I look forward to being able to participate in future conferences, if not as an informed practitioner myself, which I'm not, but as an intellectually curious person. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Have you noticed one similarity between our Jayesh and himself? Both of them have got French beard. Okay. Now, I request Dr. Vijay Bharati Rangarajan, Director, Sundaram Medical Education, please come on to the dais. Madam. Now I request Professor Dr. Me to give a felicitation address. Ma'am, shall we give the mic there or you will come here? Right. Not to her.
Very good morning to everyone on the dais and off the dais. I am very much privileged to take a part in your very grand and enthusiastic. I must be thankful to the organizers of Global Homeopathic Foundation, Dr. Gopika's Foundation for Homeopathy and Vijnana Bharati, for organizing these type of conferences for the benefit of youngsters. You may have a very great inputs from the experienced experts from their entire service, ideas about their success stories and career guidance from these type of conferences, so that from this way I too have some benefits from this conference. Being an Siddha physician and heading two institutions like the prestigious National Institute of Siddha and Council for Central Council for Research in Siddha. I am very much privileged to have collaborations and guidance from homeopathic sister persons like Dr. Anil Khurana ji and Subhash ji from National Institute of Homeopathy. We too often have such discussions how to collaborate each of the system from Ayush. So it gives me immense pleasure to share my view in this regard. Modern world seeks some challenges in dreadful diseases like cardiac diseases, cancer, lifestyle disorders. Even we may not think diabetes as a very great dreadful disease like cancer, but it takes our efforts, complete effort, because we face each and every patients as a challenge, treating diabetes through our system. So we may, in future, we may go for some collaboration between our Ayush system guidelines. During COVID, Ministry of Ayush taken a very grand guidelines so that we have successfully handled COVID. I would like to mention one thing. The very first Ayush drug introduced for COVID for prevention is arsenicum album, that is from homeopathy. And it shows its efficacy throughout India, and it reaches door to door and reaches each and every patients of COVID as a preventive and curative manner because of its cost effectiveness and friendly, it's a palatable and easy to take the drug. This is the very, very minute thing, but it's a very, very valuable thing we have to focus, because homeopathy being, so some other lifestyle disorders are also queuing in future, and we have to take a collaborative and integrative guidelines. I request Anil Khurana ji, Subhash ji, and they have a very great reputation in Ayush, so that in this Ministry of Ayush, and I wish to convey my gratitude to Ministry of Ayush to take such a huge initiation which benefits our India and saved our nation from the dreadful diseases. So that I personally feel, apart from all system, homeopathy is widely spreaded, easily accessible and acceptable, and cost effective. Very particularly, people of India, like our chief guest told, people of India seek cost effective drugs, and each and everyone should have that medical facilities at their doorstep, so that we are responsible for that action, and we have to strengthen ourselves and strengthen our fellow colleagues as well, and we have to be responsible to take our country a healthy nation and a very, very solution finder for the entire globe as well. So I personally thank these organizers for making this event a grand part of, grateful for the organizers, and I wish and I congratulate for the organizers to certainly benefit through this great speakers in that here itself. And once again, I wish and I congratulate every one of the conference and organizers and participants and chief guests. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. It is said that unless you are magnanimous, you have to own. Yes. It's a great revelation, and her speech was very encouraging. It came from bottom of her heart. It was not like flattering homeopathic system. She doesn't need to. So thank you very much, ma'am. Thanks a lot. Now, as I said, now I ask Dr. Subhash Singh, Dr. Anil Khurana ji to felicitate. Right. No. Now, I request Miss Tanvi Shah, the sparkle in this whole auditorium. Please bear with me for anything. You can sing also. You don't need to talk. You can sing.
Namaskar to all of you. I'm not going to give a very big speech, but because of two reasons. I haven't studied medicine. Can you hear me? Okay. I just want to thank Dr. Jayesh Sanghvi. He's known me from the time I was 4 years old, and I've been following homeopathy medicine and being treated by him since I was a child. So this is a very deep connection with homeopathy and Mr. Sanghvi. Sorry, Dr. Sanghvi. It just came out wrong. But I wish this Global Homeopathy Foundation all the very best, and hope this convention is a great success. I'm sure we're going to have more of homeopathy and Siddha medicine also as part of this whole program. And we need more people to follow homeopathy because I think it really works. Tried and tested, sure shot. But thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I will. I will try. Please bear with me. I have a very sore throat, but I don't want you people to just sit like this and, stare at me. Will you join me? I can't hear you. That side? Okay. Hey, aja, aja, jinde shami aane ke tale, aja zari wale neele aasmaane ke tale, jai ho, shab begum jai ho, game dil jai ho, hale dil jai ho, bekhudi. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jai Ho. Now I request Dr. Subhash Singh and Dr. Anil Khurana ji, please forgive me for that earlier announcement. Now, just adjustment. Please felicitate Miss Tanvi Shah. Tanvi ji. No problem, only water. बहुत गिर रहा है 3 दिन से. Thank you. Now I request, as you are already standing, Subhash, Dr. Subhash Singh, Director of Nationalist of Homeopathy, Kolkata and Narela, and a great author, great gentleman. Kinjal, wherever you are, he is really a great gentleman. Don't worry. Please.
First of all, let me clarify that the Dr. Subhash that Dr. Praveen was earlier referring to while he was talking, that was not me. That is Dr. Subhash Das. He is a practitioner. So, if there is a will, there is always a way. So I will request all the youngsters that whether you like it or not, whether willingly or unwillingly, since you have come to homeopathy, and let me assure you, I am second generation homeopath. Name, fame, money, anything, recognition. Homeopathy can give you everything. And in return, homeopathy do not want anything, only one thing, sincerity. So I am sure, I especially address to you, and fulfill all your dreams. Thank you once more for having me here, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Sangvi, and all the organizers for having me here, and I wish this program will be a grand success. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. This is difficult to have all those 294 aphorisms in one go, it looks like. He is the teacher and writer of Organon of Medicine also, but he spoke so lucidly, so briefly. Thank you very much for having accepted as my enemy. Okay, now for our Aravind ji, our patrons of GHF, to felicitate Dr. Subhash Singh. May I now request Sri Pradeep Narang ji to give his valuable address.
How valuable do you want it to be? How valuable do you want it to be? Tell me, is there any time limit on less speaking?
If you speak less.
Yes, any limit on that?
No, 1 minute also, half minute.
Adha bhi chalega. Okay. Thank you very much. You have a remarkable sense of humor, you know. And it's very easy to trust a person with a sense of humor. Congratulations. I'm here to really speak to you about something which I don't know. I am not a doctor, I am not a homeopath, but I am here for some great, I'm a very staunch supporter of homeopathy, not because of my own personal experience, but because of a very deeper reason. And that reason is that my guru, the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, has said something very beautiful about homeopathy. That homeopathy is not just a science. And I want you, the students, doctors, to really listen to it very intently. That it is not just a science, it is something much bigger, has a much further reach, much deeper, because it has the ability to cure a disease at the subtle level, subtle physical level. At the sheath, around the body there is a sheath, and when the body touches that sheath, this homeopathy has an ability to cure it at that level, before it enters the gross body. When it enters the gross body, it takes time to cure, it takes longer to cure, and sometimes it's not cured. So,
the medicines and homeopathy is in their mainstream. So this is, we believe, a huge opportunity for India. The growing market in India, we all know that it is growing very, very strongly and rapidly. And
Thank you. He is Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General of Confederation of Indian Industry, most powerful lobby of industries in India. They can shake any government. Now I request our own Arvind Gupta ji to come and deliver his special address.
Respected doctors and experts of homeopathy and brothers and sisters, I am not a doctor. I am a patient who has been advocating homeopathy for the last 20 years. And I myself have been suffering from some autoimmune diseases, which I find homeopathy has cured. And I have been telling all the people in the society and friends and relatives that we should all promote homeopathy. I am very happy to see here more than 70 to 75% of the women in the auditorium. You are the right people to push homeopathy to every home. I sincerely thank GHF and Dr. Jayesh for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I request Jayesh and Venkatraman to felicitate our Aravind Gupta ji. Sir, please come.
On the dais, and all my friends from the homeopathic community, homeopathic institutions, and all the aspiring homeopathic practitioners. I believe that homeopathy is the future medicinal system, and of course I'll have the chance to share my thoughts later, but all that I would like to say is that Vigyan Bharati and GHF are working together to show and to prove scientificity of homeopathy. That itself is going to become a great thing because of the fact that as of now, allopathy or the so-called conventional medicine thinks that it is the only scientific system, which is probably not correct. Once, say homeopathy is also shown to be scientific in its own way, there will be many, many new opportunities that will emerge. You are all present here from homeopathic colleges, and naturally, I think that if you are able to innovate and if you are able to think differently, learn differently, educate and skill yourself differently, you will have an ocean and you will have huge horizons of opportunity. And I wish that you will yourselves think innovatively after you have passed out from this institution or from other places. I once again wish all of you excellent career opportunities, both from the angle of practice and entrepreneurship. And I would also, obviously thank GHF for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. It is the shortest speech I ever heard from him. Now, we will have felicitation of legends. In fact, GHF has started this tradition of felicitating the legends of the local area from Hyderabad, Baxan, and then Ahmedabad, now in Chennai as well. And mind well, there would be so many legends, so many people who can also be called as legends, and they would fight for that position.
Before honoring the legend, the shield one.
Yeah.
Other three, yes, sir, there and there.
Okay, okay. Right. Before honoring legends. She wants to talk. Okay. Before we honor the legends, there are few more formalities which will not take much time, I believe. One, Mrs. Vijay Bharati, please. She would give her valuable address. Before that, 1 minute, ma'am. I request Subhash Singh ji and Anil Khurana ji to felicitate Dangayat ji.
You to, like they're saying, continue to show that warmth and that smile, the well-being of our community.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Jayesh and Dr. Venkatraman to felicitate Dr. Vijay Bharati ji. Please, ma'am, come here, friend. His book is to be released by Dr. Ishwar Das and Dr. Anil Khurana ji in the presence of august gathering in the front and on the stage. Doctor, come on to the dais. Sardar ji, hai, dar rahe aap? This book is very valuable because knowingly or unknowingly you have been treating your pet dogs or some animals So it would be a practical approach for homeopathy in veterinary science. And there is a greatest advantage with this gentleman. If he attends the seminar, you can see it in media network immediately, posing with selfies with all girls and all. Thank you. Now, felicitation of legends. I request the dignitaries. His grandson, Mr. Soma Skandan, I request him to come onto the dais and accept the homeopathic fraternity. You would wonder, he retired as Madras High Court judge and was senior advocate in Supreme Court of India till his death. Yet, what is his contribution to homeopathy? He got interested in homeopathy and got in touch with Dr. We read his textbook of Medicina. And he founded the Madras Presidency Homeopathy Association on 1st of February 1937. Any person born after 1937? Before? After all of us. Anyway. So now, his grandson is being felicitated, the first legend in this series. Now, we all know Kopikar Foundation, S.P. Kopikar, a legend in fact in homeopathy, Shankar Rao Pandurang Kopikar. Now, Dr. P.V. Venkatraman, who is the founder trustee of that foundation, would receive this felicitation on behalf of GHF KFH. I request Anil Kurana ji, Subhash Singh ji to felicitate. In the name of Dr. Kopikar, he was a gold medalist from Bengal Allen Homeopathic Medical College, Calcutta. He was Central Council member as well. He received various awards. BJN International Award also was given to him. Central Council Silver Jubilee Honoraria Award was also given. Lifetime Achievement Award by Karnataka Qualified Homeopathic Doctors Association also. He wrote few books like Kopikar's Clinical Experiences of 70 Years in Homeopathy, and one of the beautiful books ever I read, Serendipity. Beautiful. Please read that book. It's wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, we lost one of our close friends, Dr. Gyana Sambandham. His daughter, Dr. Ramya, is requested to come onto the dais. I request, तुम थोड़ी देर खड़े हो सकते हो वेंकटरामन जी, please stand there. 2 minutes, sir, please. Please felicitate Director of AKP Homeopathic Clinical Research Center, and he was the founder, editor of Homeo Times as well. Okay? He was seen in many, many international conferences, scientific fora and all that. Dr. Ramya? Please. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Jnana Samband's wife is also there. Please. He was President of Tamil Nadu Homeopathy Medical Council, Government of Tamil Nadu, member Central Council of Homeopathy, former governing body member CCRH, Senate member MGR Medical. Is there?
That's what he said, Sri was named, but he's
Who will take? You will take? Thank you very much. Now, other legend, Dr. V.R. Murthy is the founder of Bharat Homeo Laboratories, Bahola, in 1939 in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and had a tremendous distribution network all over India. Now, I request, actually his grandson, Mr. Karthik, promised that he would come and receive, but he could not make it. So, in fact, in the physical appearance, so I request Dr. Srivals to take it. At least you look like him, take it. Look like Karthik, not Bahola. Another great legend, Sri V.K. Arumugam. He was an Indian engineering graduate, industrialist and philanthropist. He was a prolific thinker and a profound personality. He started Venkateshwara Homeopathic Medical Hospital in 1995. You promised that you will be here. Why did you go into last benches? He had been a voracious reader and urged his students to always ask difficult questions and indulge in research. When do we ask a question? When we listen to the lecture. He has authored numerous books on the modus operandi, homeopathic, full to Dr. Shakuntala and her daughter also. Please. Great personality, legend. M. Jyoti Prakasham, also known as Leo Muthu, was an Indian educationalist, businessman and philanthropist. He was the founder, chairman of Sai Ram institutions. Now I request Dr. Cheramanan, Principal Sri Sai Ram Homeopathic Medical College Hospital, to come and accept this felicitation. Dr. Cheramanan. He has flourished from a humble beginning with Sai Matriculation Higher Secondary School in Chennai. Now please stand by for the second session. It will start. I request the dignitaries, please occupy the seats in the auditorium. Thank you. Volunteers, please clear. So the second session, please come. Please clear.
Noi Nadi, Noi Mudal Nadi. Let's move on to the second session of the today's program. Low-hanging but high-potential solutions to homeopathy. So I invite all the speakers of the session, Mr. Dangayaj, Mr. Veeramani, Mr. Dr. Subhash Singh and Dr. Praveen Kumar to take the seats on the dais. I would like to invite the first speaker, Mr. S.P. Dangayaj. He is the distinguished alumni of IIM Ahmedabad and the founder trustee of the Innovative Thought Forum and the patron of Global Homeopathic Foundation. And he is the national vice president of the Arogya Bharati and he is the managing director of the Incentex Industries, which also manufactures homeopathic medicines. And he is also an effective public speaker and he is also featured in the best-selling book called Stay Hungry, Stay Foolish. And I would like to welcome Mr. S.P. Dangayat sir onto the stage and share his views on the topic low-hanging but high-potential solutions through homeopathy.
and one homeopathic medicine in the vial. They'll have to come and identify what is the medicine that they have kept inside. That is the only possible identification that we can have. Collect it.
Now I kindly re-invite for the second session, low handling, high potential solutions through homeopathy. I would like to invite the speakers of the session, Mr. Dangayat sir, Mr. Veeramani, Ms. Subesh Singh and Dr. Praveen Kumar sir to take the honorable stage in the dais. And I would like to invite the first speaker, Subhash Singh sir. And I would like to invite the first speaker, Mr. S.P. Dangayat sir, to share the valuable knowledge about this topic. Thank you.
Homeopathy now. I would like to enumerate 5 of them. First of all, we are now noticing that there is substantial action in the field of nanosciences. Nanotechnology is super nano, for the simple reason that nano goes up to 1 upon 10 raised to 9, whereas biochemic goes easily up to 1 upon 10 raised to 12, or homeopathy goes up to 1 upon 10 raised to 60 or 1 upon 10 raised to 400. Nanoscience is throwing up solutions, and I'm very glad to know and learn and tell all of you that in homeopathic preparations, in biochemic preparations, there are clearly signs of nanoparticles being present. Nanomedicines in the other fields are doing wonders, and I think this is a time when biochemic and homeopathy together can carry out rational search, research, or the work to show to the world that homeopathy was far, far ahead in homeopathy is being understood partly. The second thing is that homeopathy is super green. In the current times, we are talking about climate change, global warming, and all other ills that are associated with that. Homeopathy, as a matter of fact, is a super green medicinal system. Third, the thing that we are noticing is that the policy makers and others all over the world have started realizing that surgery, diagnostics, and vaccination are not exactly allopathy. diagnostics and surgery, both of them are independent of medicinal science. As a matter of fact, medical devices industry has been clamoring and demanding that they be treated differently than the food or the drugs. We had done a roundtable on the meaning of evidence, science and approvals some 2 years back. An interesting thing that came out was that every single system has its own pluses and minuses. Allopathy or biomedical system cannot claim that it is only scientific system. And I'm glad to tell you that now we are able to see that homeopathy can also be established scientifically with double-blind, randomized control, and all other kinds of the trials, keeping scientific principles and scientific approach behind homeopathy in mind. Fourth, or the fifth, the thing that, we are finding is that all medicinal sciences are sure to get suitable recognition from Government of India. We had Dr. Khurana ji telling us about what the Government of India is planning to do, and I am sure that if we also put in hard work, we also cooperate with the Government of India, we will be able to show that homeopathy is also scientific in its own way. So the magic of less is more. Homeopathy means less is more. The magic of this particular kind of a paradigm and kind of thinking means there are all kinds of opportunities that are going to come up very, very well. I would like to take only 5 because there are 20 or 30 or 40 the low-hanging fruits. But the first one is the biochemic. In the field of homeopathy, I am finding that biochemic is still very much underrated. Biochemic certainly is not homeopathic in the classical way. But the fact is that biochemic is a very simple branch of the current homeopathic practice and has got many, many potential applications. Veterinary and agro is the second one. Veterinary use of homeopathy is very well established. As a matter of fact, if homeopathy is working on the veterinary side, it is working on the animals and giving evidences for the cure or the treatment, it obviously means that it is going to be suitable. It is scientifically proven to be suitable for human beings. So successful use of homeopathy in veterinary means we have got huge opportunities that are going to be available to us. Homeopathy is wonderful for OTC. Over the counter drugs is going to be the future. Even the allopathic world is thinking that there should be a lot of thrust and a lot of support to the OTC. And that is where homeopathy can certainly do wonders. Delivery of homeopathic medicines in innovative ways is something which is being seen all over the world. I was there in the US last week, and I must tell you that an oral spray for cold, cough and throat is available through many companies in homeopathy. It makes the delivery of homeopathic medicines very, very easy. The fourth opportunity, low-hanging fruit, is going to be in respect of rational, affordable and safe clinical trials. The missing link in homeopathy is the clinical trials, and that is what we have been hearing from everybody. I personally think that it's a business that can be built. There can be business built around rational, affordable and safe trials, clinical trials of homeopathy. Fifth, the important thing, which is going to open up the opportunity is when we change our paradigm from bringing about a total cure to management. In allopathy, as we know very well, today, bulk of the business in medicines is coming from lifestyle management or lifestyle disease management. It could be diabetes, it could be, the cardiac, it could be, say maybe the hypertension or, say maybe things, associated with that. Everywhere it's a management. If homeopathy also starts thinking, if homeopathic companies, homeopathic practitioners start thinking of the management, it is going to open up a very, very big opportunity. So we have got immense opportunity through homeopathy for treatment, cure, as well as management. Treatment has got 2 parts, cure and management, both are there. The question is, how do we now succeed in doing whatever we can see? And I personally would like to again look at 5 the things which can be done. The first is that we have to enhance the skills of the students and the practitioners. How do we enhance the skills? The skills have to be enhanced by imparting them some tools, some better courses, some better kinds of say maybe knowledges, and this can be very well done in the college, in the homeopathic colleges. You are all here looking at say the opportunities after you pass out. You can definitely enhance your opportunities. You can enhance your scope of work by learning some of the things which are going to be appropriate. It could be with regard to the hospital management, it could be with regard to data management, it could be with regard to the data sciences, it could be also every practitioner is a micro-entrepreneur, and therefore it is essential for the doctors also to treat themselves, to behave as entrepreneurs and learn the necessary things. I believe that this particular bunch of colleges here can engage with the management schools or entrepreneurial schools and then try to have some kind of offline, online courses that can improve the employment and entrepreneurship opportunities. The third the thing is to emphasize and to carry out suitable amount of research. As a matter of fact, that is something which is being missed out. We are stuck with whatever we have seen in the conventional, in the traditional or the classical books. We have to evolve. The knowledge, science, everything is evolving continuously, and therefore we need to see what are the kinds of things that can be done through homeopathic science. Look at isopathy, for example. Look at toto-inotopathy. Look at, say, things which are going to be through development of nosodes in the modern way, not, say, in the classical way alone. Can we develop nosodes? Can we develop, say, autologous vaccines? Can we develop some such thing and build the businesses around, say, them? The fourth thing is that homeopathic world has been very diffident. In my opinion, we have got to be assertive, we have got to be firm, and we have to carry out our advocacy in a proper way. So these are the kinds of the 5 things which should be done. In conclusion, I would like to say that this is a time for all of us to work very diligently, very intelligently, and obviously strategically. We just can't think that people will develop the business for us. We are all in the business world. Homeopathic, the companies, homeopathic doctors, homeopathic colleges, homeopathic institutions, all of us have to look at evolution and development of business. If that particular mindset is created, that particular maybe change is brought about, I personally see a very, very bright future for homeopathy. India, as Khuranaji was saying, India is a place which is leading in the field of homeopathy all over the world. We can, say, we can bank upon that. We can certainly leverage that by putting in hard work, intelligent work, and certainly building practices or businesses which could be in a manner that it benefits us. We create the wealth for our own selves. We create the wealth, for everybody who's, there in homeopathic education, research, or, business. And then we also benefit the society. The whole world is looking to solutions which are going to be green, which are going to be, say maybe holistic, which are going to be, the long term, which are going to be sustainable. And I think homeopathy is genuinely and honestly the medicine of the future. I wish all of the people who have come here all the very best. We have to, to go on working in a manner that is befitting the potential and kind of scope for homeopathy. Thank you very much.
We would like to call up National Institute of Homeopathy, Calcutta, Chief Editor of Homeopathic Quarterly Journal, named as National Homeopathic Recorder. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. In the morning, I was looking at this clock going. So I asked the organizer, what is this clock supposed to mean? Means after 0, we have to start speaking. Because I am an organ teacher, So, for pickup start, it needs more than 10 minutes. Well, our respect and gratitude to Master Hanneman. I think we all will agree to this, that homeopathy, having all said and done, is comparatively a very easy system of medicine to practice. It doesn't need very much of intelligence. If you have any doubt about it, look at my face and face of your teachers. I don't think any intelligence is required. What is required then? As I said earlier, what that homeopathy system is facing today is not from outside. Because outside system was already there when Hahnemann was there. People were criticizing, people were opposing, all these things were already there. The problem today that we are facing is from inside. There are different approaches, there are different methods, different schools, everybody claiming I am successful. And we all know there can be only one correct method. So what should be the correct method? Sometimes in order to be sounding more modern and different, because you have to be different nowadays. If everybody is calling father as father, so you have to be different and you should call your father as mother. Then only you will be different. So my dear friends, the only way to survive today is by sticking to the basics. Now don't judge organ of medicine by the way examinations are held. I am also a teacher, I am also examiner, so I know why the is written in capital and why this is in italics. That is not organon is all about. Organon is something much more than that. Organon gives answers to many of the questions which any practitioner who thinks of practicing homeopathy faces daily. I will give one or two instances. There was a lady, she was a homeopath and she was facing so much of problem. So she went to this doctor and she went to that doctor and everybody prescribed a medicine. She herself was a doctor, she also took a medicine. Then ultimately, at that time, Dr. Kent was a very famous personality. So she went to Dr. Kent and asked, sir, I am so and so. This is all my problem. What should I do? After listening to the problem, and I am sure you are also, when you start practice, you will also face this. So Kent said, since when you have been taking lachesis? Now that young lady, doctor, was shocked because she has not narrated this part except that she has told the whole case, history, everything, but she has not said that I have been taking lachesis. So she asked Kent, sir, to whoever doctor I went, they said ki lachesis and I took lachesis. So Kent said, you are not suffering from any disease as of now, you are suffering from lachesis overdose or lachesis poisoning. Whatever are symptoms are there are symptoms because of lachesis. Now how does Kent know this? There is another instance. You may have heard of Dr. H.D. H.D. was an allopath doctor initially, a very famous doctor of Germany. And he had a fall. He fell down, there was an accident, and after that his left side of the body started to become severely painful. This side was drooping and it was becoming thinner and thinner and thinner. He was not able to do his work. So at that time, whatever allopathic medicine and methods was there, he was taking all those. And then nothing was working, it was getting worse and worse. So he heard that there is a new doctor called Hahnemann, he has started a new system, and at that time WhatsApp was not there. Letter was usually supposed to be written, so he wrote a letter to Dr. H.D. narrating all his complaint, that I had a fall and after this is the suffering I am having, and he himself was a renowned doctor. By return letter, tell me, was there any history of skin disease earlier which have not been treated properly and which went away because suppression he would not have understood. So he said, did it go very suddenly? Now this guy, Dr. HD, was shocked because he at that time, about 10 years back, he had joined army. And when he joined army, he was suffering from some skin problems. So he was going in train to join the army. He has to get down because of this skin problem, took some local medicine, get well within 2-3 days, and then continued. So he asked, he narrated the whole thing to Kent, send him 5 powders, pudiyas. So he took first, nothing happened, second, nothing happened, third, nothing happened, fourth, nothing happened, and he was just thinking that those who were criticizing homeopathy, they were right. So he took the 5th one, and then symptoms started going well. And within a very short time, everything was well. So HD went to meet Hahnemann and asked him, why have you asked me skin disease? How did you know that I had suffered from this skin disease? Now the answer to this is very simple, but simple for those who know homeopathy. Because there has to be a cause and effect relationship. His history of fall can be a cause of some injury, some pain, but cannot be a cause of this severe systemic problem. For that, there has to be some involvement of miasm, psora, fundamental cause. And in order to know that, he had asked whether there is any suppression of skin disease. So this, very often in practice, we get these opportunities that we give medicine, doesn't happen, we give medicine, doesn't happen, and at one point of time, we think, I should have tried for NEET exam once more time. But we don't think that all diseases, how to treat, all system, all protocols are there in organon. What is required, somebody has to just read it. Let me tell you of a case before this hooter comes. There was a patient who came to a young doctor like you. Doctor, I am suffering from constipation. You asked, because you asked about thirst. The patient says, sir, my thirst is for large quantities of cold water at long interval. Now you start thinking whether the patient has read Allen's keynote and came. Because he is talking in the language of Allen's keynote, but sometimes, doctors are lucky. And you have already been unlucky when you were giving NEET exam. So maybe this time you are lucky. So you ask further and you get this evaluation by complete. So you think what better way you can have, fulfilling everything, symptom, case, 3-legged stool, whatever your teacher has taught, whatever your book you have read has taught. Don't clap, because clapping means sometimes is misguiding. Clapping means I can think that you like my lecture and I can go on. Organizers will be in trouble. So, you prescribe Bryony alba. Higher the Sibilimum, higher the potency, so moderately high potency you prescribe, single dose, because through Hahnemann, and nothing happened. So you take up the case again. You say, yes, it is again Bryony only. So nothing happened. Now can anybody tell me what is wrong? There is no obstacle to cure. In order to suggest, you have to read this aphorism, where it is said that medicine like Ignatia, Bryonia, Belladonna, they have alternating actions, so one dose may not work, and when they do not work and still indicated, the second dose has to be given. Now, who will tell you this? And don't tell me you are not going to face these problems in your practice. My intention was to go on telling like this. The instances where your knowledge of organon, which is very much overlooked because of many reasons, mostly because of the teachers that we have, including me. But it is overlooked, neglected, it's a fact. I will conclude by this small case. There was a lady, thin, lean, thin, menopausal age. She was talking continuously. And when she came to my clinic, she was talking very howlishly and very abusive. And I asked her, when did it all happen? So it happened since yesterday. She has some alcohol in a party, and after that all these things has appeared. So you take the history, and you, after taking history, you give the medicine. The symptoms were indicated, so you give the medicine. Alzheimer's, because symptoms were of Alzheimer's. And medicine, as homeopathy works, it worked like magic. Next day, all symptoms gone. So you came to Chennai in GHF seminar and presented the case. Ki homeopathy, see, my clinic, it works magic. I gave one dose and every symptom was gone. And when you go back, then after 15 days or 1 month, was asked, when you took the history, then the lady said, the relative said, ki again there was a party, she was well, so there was alcohol. So she has not been taking during this period, but she was alcohol, so she took a one sip. And then she remembered, no, this has caused problems, so she dropped it. And after that, the whole thing has started. So you thought, okay, no problem. Again, the same medicine is indicated, you gave Alzheimer's, nothing worked. You again gave Alzheimer's, nothing worked. You again gave some other medicine, nothing worked. Now, what is the problem here? Again, I am telling you, there is no obstacle. The problem is written in Aphorism 221. That after the first dose of medicine, which has relieved the problem, what was required was that some antisodic treatment was required so that recurrence do not happen. The patient antisodic treatment was given, and this has caused the problem. Well, as Dr. Praveen is looking at me very angrily, let me come to the last slide and just want to emphasize that there are problems that we face in our clinic. And these problems, most of the solutions are already known to us, but we are just not aware of it. What is required from you is first, your decision that I will do homeopathy, as homeopathy should be done. And second, if you face problem, don't run away, don't leave, rather try to find a solution.
Chief Managing Director of Fortis Laboratories Private Limited. He currently serves as the chairman of the Tamil Nadu Pharmaceutical Science Welfare Trust, which offers scholarships to farm students. He's won a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Dr. MGR University, Chennai. The stage is yours, sir.
So, respected organizers, particularly Mr. Shivang Swaminarayan, who has called me here, and Dr. Jayesh Chopsi, and so many other dignitaries and homeopaths here. So, I think, I am not a homeopath. Neither I am a practitioner nor a researcher of homeopathy. But probably, I have been invited here because, probably since I am dealing my company, I am market side actually. Which one? Okay, right. So one thing is, homeopathy, a lot has been discussed from today morning and all, but it is the one which has stood the test of time for more than 200 years, and second largest system of medicine, next only to allopathy. and practiced in 80 countries. Globally, over 200 million people are using homeopathy on a regular basis. In developed countries, the prevalence of homeopathy use has increased now from 1.7% to 4.4%. This is all information coming from various 11 countries where the research was done, right from USA to Singapore. And Indian homeopathic market, leads to a number of people using homeopathy in the world. Homeopathy is high conventional pharma products, and 82% of the users are not inclined to switch to conventional form of medicine. So those who have started using homeopathy product, they are not switching over to other products. They stick with this homeopathy only. And as a matter of fact, 100 million people solely depend on homeopathy in India. And homeopathic market is growing because as a marketing person, I can say that growing at 20 to 25%. Of course, it is now going to touch 1.2. The chairman of Formexil and also past president of IDMA, saying that it's around $50 billion US, and now, of course, growth rate has come down to 8 to 10% now. The potential of homeopathy over allopathy has been that it prevents, cures, and promotes holistic health and well-being. That cannot be said about allopathy. And there's a low-hanging fruits they have been talking about. These are the therapies where we found that there is a therapy gap with respect to allopathy. These are the areas where allopathy is not able to provide a cure of this thing, lasting relief. That is thyroidism, hyperthyroidism, allergic diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, chronic sinusitis, liver diseases, PCOD, infertility, renal stones, gum diseases, arthritis, hair loss. In these markets, the EP 13 study where, they have studied that select conditions and all that the homeopathy is really, excellent, and there are 2-fold to 4-fold lower usage of conventional medicines when in these conditions like musculoskeletal disorders, sleep disorders, anxiety, depression, and upper respiratory tract infections. So safe for prevention, of course, already today morning also we were discussing about during COVID-19 how the arsenicum album was used as an adjuvant and as a preventive. Higher scope for OTC sales. And even OTC is allowed to be, even homeopathic medicines are allowed to be sold even in allopathic pharmacies. So this OTC sales scope is high. And this is my thing. I can talk because I am in both. I only feel that homeopathy should become complementary to allopathic medicines. In the other countries like in Europe, in France, Germany, and all, the homeopathic and allopathic coexist. They go together. Even in manufacturing, I found somebody in Germany manufacturing homeopathic medicine, the same facility where allopathic medicine has been formed. So it is important to integrate all the therapies and create a life-saving module for the entire humanity. Because what I am saying to say that when we have such beautiful therapies and relief and all, why should you segregate a separate system of medicine? Why don't you integrate both allopathy and homeopathy for the betterment of the individual, betterment of the patient, betterment of the individual, for the well-being? It can be done. And homeopathy can be a part of the career. I'm talking very extreme, but I think I can do it. In the sense, I am not a government, I am not in the government. Homeopathy can be a part of curriculum for allopathic doctors. There is a discussion that for one month you can have this thing, the allopaths can have 1 month this thing in extra exposure to homeopathic medicine. But this is just a thought. But something has to be done, and allopathic doctors can be allowed to prescribe homeopathic medicines. In the same way, the other way also, homeopathic doctors can prescribe allopathic. So, if there is a curriculum which is integrated then both can happen. Then this can enlarge the scope for both the medicines, but particularly bring homeopathy in the forefront. So challenges of homeopathy is that the your pharmacopoeial standards, I think that Swaminarayan, he will also agree there, that there's pharmacopoeia, there is a Indian homeopathic pharmacopoeia, German pharmacopoeia, US pharmacopoeia, but there should be some sort of harmonization in the pharmacopoeial standards. So particularly, when we want to go to drug regulatory authorities for licensing and all, we have a problem. Like, which homeopathy, which pharmacopoeia it comes to. Even it can be very good if we can, there's harmony there, which will even help in the exports of homeopathic products from India. And more number of homeopathic manufacturers can come in by harmonization and simplification and also review of the applications. And if this is done, it definitely will open up big way availability of evidence also is important. I think again today there has been discussion about evidence-based medicines. More amount of evidence has to be created and that they have to be recorded also. And the way forward is that robust research, of course, today morning also we had a lot of discussion about research being done there. And only thing is that the treatment, they should, the researchers should continue and they should publish their treatment outcomes. As these publications document clinical effectiveness of beyond doubt about the mode of action. So that's the important thing that is required. And homeopathy will play a key role as far as I am concerned in wellness goals of India. Many chronic diseases can be cured with the help of homeopathy. What we lack are proper research and methodological presentation and documentation of successful cases. I even say that government also should fund. Government funding to support research will be very valuable for homeopathy. So I would only conclude by saying that the medicine needs homeopathy. Not the homeopathy requires medicine. Medicine needs homeopathy for a holistic and very comprehensive healthcare. Thank you. Jai Ho.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. Now, we would like to invite our favorite doctor, Praveen Kumar, sir. He is a renowned international speaker, well known for his attributions in academic and clinical explanations. Mic is yours, sir.
All of you must be cursing in your minds, I know very well. Open. Hey Bhagavan. Subhash, you did something. He is my deadliest enemy. He would have done that. Okay. Now, good afternoon, dear friends. I won't take much time, only 1 hour. Okay. Now, we have done an in vitro research on MDR TB organism with the help of Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar, who presented in the morning. She is a microbiologist, research-oriented PhD scholar as well. And I am fortunate to be close to her. She is our patient, family friend, close friend, everything. Resting time. Okay. Now, which one? Okay. So, we will talk about hanging, what is low hanging and high profitable, that solution which we have from homeopathy. The buzzword now and the greatest threat to the whole humanity and especially allopathic fraternity is antimicrobial resistance. They are finding it difficult. So we have a better answer. We can show them the way. We can help them. As I said in the morning, like no system is a panacea. We don't have answer for every damn thing. But we can help them. So that we can do, like antimicrobials, antibiotics, antivirals, antifungals, antiparasites. All these things. If there are no effective antimicrobials, so modern medicine is very difficult to survive. And we all know we have two types of response to a stimulus, fight or flight. Either we have to fight or we have to flight. So this fight, even the microorganisms would take up this issue and they would fight when they have entered into a body. And when you have not tackled properly, what happens most of the times, I'm not blaming allopathic medicines, they are the best, fantastic. Now when once a person is being prescribed with antibiotic to be taken for 5 days, and this man, what happens most of the times, goes to the medical shop and tells, give me for 2 days. I'll check whether it goes well with me or not. Not only that reason, but also the reason that if he feels better, he won't take another 3 days. And non-compliance is one of the commonest reasons for this. So this also adds fuel to the fire, and microbials would develop resistance. So they fight and they develop resistance and they don't want to succumb to any medicine. This is the problem which you will be seeing all over the world, and we are seeing it now. And Chennai is the place where there is one society to which Dr. Abdul Ghafoor is the leading president or some designation. He would come in the afternoon also. Please wait for his lecture. And so they are trying to see the answer. So when we have showed him, the other day he was in Ahmedabad as well. We told him, we have an answer. So that's what he opened up the doors and he said, let us do the research together. That we can, we would. So what is the problem? The microbial organisms, they mutate. When they mutate, they become stronger and they will not be having the same structure which would be amenable to that particular antibiotic treatment. So this antibiotic treatment would become waste because these organisms would become intrinsically resistant. So as per British Medical Journal, 75% of antibiotics use is of questionable value. So that overusage, unnecessary usage, abuse and non-compliance and so many other genetic factors as well would help the organisms to develop AMR, antimicrobial resistance. So this increases the risk of disease spread, severe illness and death. If the antibiotic doesn't work, what they do? They give the second antibiotic. And when they give the second antibiotic, it also doesn't work. Now we will be seeing in many cases, not only just MDR TB, even in HIV cases, even in typhoid. I had quite a few typhoid cases where they were resistant to chloramphenicol, they were resistant to ciprofloxacin, they were common antibiotics, they were not listening to it. But it was proved, it was positive. And even malaria, chloroquine, primaquine resistant malaria cases were plenty. They don't listen to that particular anti-filarial drug, anti-parasitic remedy, which was hitherto working well. Really, this clock is dangerous. I was enjoying earlier, now I am feeling thrust. Okay, there are 32 antibiotics which are very important for priority pathogens. Now, those antibiotics are also becoming like shortage. And this is a global health problem. AMR is a big menace, big difficult problem. And WHO has declared that AMR is one of the top 10 global health threats humanity is facing. Top 10. Okay, misuse and overuse, as I already said, lack of clean water and sanitation, inadequate infection prevention and control. So it promotes the spread. Members of society in a daycare centers. This is very obvious because this is a country where we have plenty of humanity. the cost of AMR to the economy is significant. When the person cannot get better in 3 days, 5 days after first usage of antibiotic, we will lose man hours, which is very important for the economy, and that person also will become ineffective later. So drug resistance is very important. They are, and all other types of things. Ciprofloxacin was not becoming effective in UTI, which was earlier. And then TB, which is very, very important. In fact, Dr. Chitra's main field of performance is in MDR-TB, finding the resistance and all that. Okay, so resistant to two most powerful anti-TB drugs, that organism, and it does not listen to them. So they will go to the second line of drugs, which will be difficult, and then only 1/3 of the approximately 500,000 people who developed MDR-TB were detected and reported. This is the greatest problem. Diagnosis, as Chitra was telling in the morning, is the greatest lacuna. And only less than 60% are successfully treated, MDR-TB people. Estimated 3.4% of new TB cases and 18% of previously treated cases had MDR-TB. The TB which was either to diagnose, 18% of them, okay, is a form of TB that is resistant to 2 or more drugs. So obviously homeopathy is the answer. So we wanted to do an in vitro research. So we wanted to show the efficacy of homeo medicines in MDR-TB, and we have taken the help of Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar. She has taken strain of H37RV, and in National Institute of Tuberculosis, Bangalore, she has done this in vitro research. We have selected at random 3 important drugs which are very useful in home treatment of tuberculosis: Pulsatilla, Drosera, tuberculinum, and in LJ medium. And slope method, these cultures were grown, and there was no growth in anything except Pulsatilla 6, and of course there was no growth even in control. Control was containing neutral alcohol. So that causes little concern. So we wanted to go for suspension method. This is another elevated method of in vitro culture method, in which we have taken all the same dilutions and they were exposed to, and 28 days of incubation. That was earlier minimum, and later on she waited even for later days as well, and all the rest of the dishes had the growth of MDR-TB, including the control, except tuberculinum 30. So what do we infer? Tuberculinum 30 has got the greatest capacity to inhibit the growth of MDR-TB. So we have put it into our clinical practice also. As a sample, we have taken 20 cases of MDR-TB, and tuberculinum 30 was given, and in that, except in 6 cases, 14 cases, there was tremendous improvement. She used to follow up them frequently. Wait a minute. So, and AFB reports were also followed, culture was also followed, and 3 cases died, 3 cases discontinued, and unfortunately one homeopathic doctor from Belgaum, young girl, she died with MDR-TB. You may remember, Chitra. So tuberculinum 30 is either in vitro or in vivo, is very, very useful in MDR-TB. And similarly in HIV, many drugs, we have done that in vitro research on Crotolus horridus 30, that is very, very efficacious, and most of you may be aware, we have got that specialty clinic now under the control of CCRH in our JSPS Hyderabad. More than 57,000 patients are registered there for HIV treatment. In our clinic itself, we have got more than 2,500 cases. Many cases are reporting very much improvement in terms of CD4, viral load, and many cases have also shown seroconversion, but it is still a long way to go. So it is a complex problem. AMR, united multi-sectoral approach is very essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your talk, sir. Now I would like to call Ms. Dr. Anita Patel, the Dean Faculty of Bharati Vidyapeeth Homeopathic Medical College, to felicitate Mr. S.V. Veeramani sir, and Mr. Dangayat sir.
Next, we would like to call Dr. Shivang Swaminathan, who is the chairman of CII, to facilitate Dr. Subhash Singh and Praveen Kumar sir. Please, sir.
Small correction, I am not chairman CII.
Wrong. Yeah, he will commit suicide. Right. Now, we will break for lunch. Lunch is only for 45 minutes. There is a whole lot of floor under this, 6th floor. The lunch is arranged. Please, all my dear students, delegates, friends, relatives, everybody, please go there. Okay? 45 minutes we will assemble here. 2:45 we will have here because we thought we will start at 2:30. We are running late by 15 minutes. Thank you.
They will not be visible to the audience. They can always see on the screen. TV is for them.
Okay.
So let it be instead of this.
Okay.
Can it be like this, oblique?
This side.
This.
Oblique.
Yeah. If those people are available.
As soon as possible.
I kindly request everybody to assemble inside the auditorium. We are about to start with the third session. I request everybody to kindly settle down. We are about to begin with the third session. I kindly request you all to call your friends if they are in their lunch. We are about to begin with the third scientific session. And everybody kindly put your cell phones in silent mode so that we can concentrate on the third scientific session. Everybody here, please make a call if your friends are not here yet. We're about to begin with the session. For the third session, I request our speakers, Dr. Shivang Swaminarayan, Dr. Uttareshwar Pachengonkar, Dr. Raman Jainulu, and Dr. Virender to kindly come to the dais. Please, sir. I request our speakers for the third scientific session, Dr. Shivang Swaminarayan, Dr. Uttareshwar Pachengonkar, Dr. Raman Jainulu, and Dr. Virender to come on to the dais. Yes.
Who's the third one?
Raman Jainulu. Vitality shows in not only the ability to persist, but the ability to start over. With that being said, I guess we're all geared up by the sumptuous meal and ready for the post-lunch session. A very good afternoon, everybody. With the mankind reaping the benefits of homeopathy for several years, it is now time that this complete medical science is exercised holistically to all forms of life. Dr. Ovia and I, with immense pride, welcome you all to the third scientific session on homeopathy in agricultural and veterinary care. To further enlighten us, I call upon Dr. Shivang Swaminarayan, Co-Chairman, Homeopathy Ayush Industry, Honorary National Secretary, Pharmacy Wing of Homeopathic Medical Association of India since 2011. He is an avid researcher, thinker, influencer, trained clinician and management professional. His professional engagements with modern, traditional and veterinary medicine gave him opportunity to work in domestic and international markets in various domains. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much for the brief words of kind introduction. Not taking much of the time. It's an immense pleasure to share a perspective on homeopathy in animal healthcare, which is part of the agricultural sector all over the world. I thank you, GHF, KHF and ViBha to give this opportunity and platform to share the perspective of homeopathy in animal health in India. Mahatma Gandhi had said that a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated. Unfortunately, we don't have many animal experts, or I would say that maybe veterinary experts here in this hall, except few ones. But still, I'm sure that many of you who would be animal lovers, or at least having some pet at your home, and you would be equally concerned for their health as what you would be for your own health or your family's health. The overview of my perspective will be, what is the purpose of medicine? What are the constraints of current model of animal health in the country? What is homeopathy to offer for animals, and especially the food producing animals, that's the dairy animals? Some of the trials and scientific research that has happened within India in the universities, and last not but the least, what is beyond animal health care into agriculture and even in the poultry, in the wild animals, and even the soil health, that are some of the things that's going on within the country and abroad. The purpose of any medicine from any branch is to save life, or relieve distress, or cure the curables, palliate the uncurable, or prevent the preventable. That's the ethos and the purpose of any medicinal system or medicine per se. And all of this are expected by a consumer at a minimum cost, with least side effects, and most human friendly or animal friendly or eco friendly, or even in Indian perspective, I would say that rural friendly, because the rural and urban economics, the accessibility and the availability differs in lot many aspects. So going forward, I would like to stress upon the various constraints, some of the constraints out of the various constraints of modern medicine, particularly in animal health. It's very expensive, because the thing is that the modern medicines are given, the dosage are based on the body mass index. So the same ciprofloxacin or any other anti-inflammatory what is required as a human dose would require in an animal, which is a large animal, maybe a dairy animal weighing a ton or so. The dosage, they may increase 5 times, 7 times, or 10 times. So relatively, the price of that medicine and treatment cost increases prohibitively, especially for the marginal farmers. Average cost of treatment, as I say, that goes high, and the animal needs to be taken to a polyclinic or veterinary clinic for routine ailments, which is not so widely available, and that's the kind of the excess problem in the rural India, and the 70% of our population, which is kind of the agricultural economy, has no access or difficult access for veterinary care. And the distance for a veterinarian and farmer to travel is, average distance, if I'm not mistaken, is more than 40 kilometers in the Indian geographical scenario. When we talk of dairy animals, the quality of milk and milk product is also affected because of the ignorance of the animal care practices and the owners. And we've seen elaborate session on antibiotic or antimicrobial resistance. So from animal, this is the kind of the one of the largest cause of AMR, not only in India but globally. So what's veterinary homeopathy? Homeopathy is the form of medicine. I did not kind of talk much upon same because you all are homeopaths, but definitely the veterinary homeopathy is not something that is cannot be of recent times, but in 19th century, veterinary homeopathic products were manufactured and marketed by the pharmacies then. This is one of the product picture which I am going to be sharing with you from Humphrey Pharmacy of New York, which was marketed for horses for flatulent colic and bellyache. So what homeopathy has to offer is safe, gentle and natural healing to improve the overall health of the animal, as well as a holistic approach like what we do for the human being. And also it is very much relevant in the era of AMR, because we don't need any antibiotic to be to treat any animal, whether it's a small pet animal or a large animal. And it has scope in resolving many behavioral issues in pets or other animals, chronic illnesses, recurring illnesses, autoimmune diseases, or post-operative trauma, promotive care, preventive care, as well as the palliative care of the animals. And there has been various scientific research and studies are available for us to take it forward to a new dimension and for the mass use in days to come, years to come. What is the scope of homeopathy, particularly in farm animals, which largely constitutes the dairy animals in India? First of all, the green animal health care is the possible through homeopathy, because homeopathy is the greenest system of medicine, which I'll be talking at a later stage. For prevention of foot and mouth disease, various viral infections, the recent one being the lumpy disease, which you may have read in newspapers last year, that almost 500,000 cows across country died of that lumpy disease, which is a viral disease. And homeopathy did a marvelous job in treating lumpy disease and saving thousands and thousands of cows. Even the, I'm not sure, the Animal Husbandry Department of Government of India had issued a guideline recommending what all homeopathic medicines are found useful in treatment of lumpy disease to save millions of cows. Apart from that, there are promotive health, wherein health, nutrition, and immunity boosters are also available. I need not dwell upon that. And curative part, particularly in dairy animals, in the mastitis, bloat, fever, diarrhea, uterine disorders, infertility, egg alexia, burns, injuries and fractures, lameness, etc. These are some of the clinical results from IVRI. In the buffaloes, 106 buffaloes were treated with homeopathy in mastitis infection, and you can see the results. Blood in milk, 100% cannot be the management in lesser number of days compared to the conventional medicine was available, and also in fibrous cases, 80% results were available. I would not like to King Charles now, who was earlier Prince Charles, at his duchy farm for 3 decades they have been using homeopathy for their farm animals, and he is a great proponent and recommended advocate of homeopathy for human as well as animal health. This is something from the agro sector. One of the premium wine from Portugal is prepared from organically cultivated grapes using homeopathy, and it's again one of the example how it can be used and marketed. Some of the things that Government of India, our Ministry of Ayush and CCRH, along with various stakeholders, they are also working on different aspects of integrating or expanding homeopathy to veterinary sector. Recently, in the veterinary curriculum, BVSC curriculum, homeopathy is also included. Homeopathy is the greenest form of medicine today available because it has low carbon footprint, it is natural, it has got less energy footprints, and there is no water, soil or air pollution in the manufacturing involved. Less is more is the principle known to us, and it enhances the values that integrating homeopathy in animal care gives a win-win situation for all. It's for healthy animals, clean environment, unadulterated food. That's what we recognize as organic food, residue-free dairy products, health benefits for homeopathy industry, and the home attention.
Thank you, sir. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts, sir. And the next speaker of the session is Dr. Uttareshwar Pachengaonkar, who is the director of more than 40 years. He was an ex-principal of JKS Homeopathic Medical College, Lattur. He has conducted clinical research in keloid under extramural research scheme of the Union Health Ministry in collaboration with the JIPMER. He has been the chief investigator in the project Homeopathy in Agriculture under funding from the Tata Trust. And I hand over the stage to you, sir.
Thank you so much. The first thing, the question comes that why and how homeopathy is used in plants and animals. And the question comes that how the medicines are proved for being utilized in animals and plants. For that, we need to understand the whole evolution. And this is what I have put forward, has been evolving in this universe. So that Big Bang theory, you must have learnt in schools also, that the earth sort of a part things got evolved into living things. And then among evolved living things also more, I won't say complicated, but rather evolved beings, ancestors of human being, and then the final part is human being. And now imagine, same way our medicine, the difficult labor in cows and cattle, then the dysentery, then the pox, or what we call in rabies also, we have given homeopathic remedies and injuries. These common ailments where homeopathy, now disease, it comes in epidemic. And these are in only thing, problem again.
Government of India certificate. We can't copy him. He can't even give it to me also. Okay. Now,
scheme you have given for the government of India. They have given this scheme to give the homeopathy medicine in farmer. PMG.
Oh, government of India has given this particular circular under some scheme to give homeopathic medicine. Then this is Krishi Vigyan Kendra Baramati. The trial results, they have done their own trial with his product in their own agriculture land. And KVK Sharad Pawar, Anita Patel was also there. You are not telling anything? Okay. So that there also they have agreed and they have given a certificate as well. These are all the things, the products. Capsicum crop treated with homeopathy medicines for residue-free farming. Perfectly organic farming. You would have gone to all super bazaars. If there is any organic product brand there, it would be double the rate than what we get it. But if you use homeopathy, you don't need to spend so much. Kirtafal is the one which he has, like how he has to use and all that. That's not the thing. So many trials have been done and many people have come forward. Many companies, many pharma companies also have come forward. They have offered a great fortune for him to give that composition to them so that they will produce in crores and crores. This is why, like Kirtafal homeopathic, this poster presentation in Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Okay, he is Virender, you can see, right? Not the speaker. Dharwad, recently on millets. Who is he? Vice Chancellor of Dharwad Krishi Peeth Agriculture University. They are felicitating. Okay, so this is just a glimpse. It took 3 of my homeopathic Vijnana Sammelan series to bring him onto the stage. 4th one, he agreed at least to come here. Yesterday also he was telling, sir, should I get into train? Get in. So likewise he came. Bill Gates?
Chief Executive Officer.
Bill Gates Chief Executive Officer also visited. There are many things, photos, everything. Poor man, he can't spend much time, techni-savvy, he is not, we are also not. But he doesn't have, he is very down to earth, you can see, right? He produces that product and gives it to, like tons and tons of produce has increased with the use of these products. And it is purely homeopathic. Promise. Okay. So that's what it is. Homeopathic product yielding, but also higher produce. So that's the greatness of Dr. Virender here. So one round of applause for him, not for me. Thank you very much.
We were absolutely delightful to host this session, and we now request Dr. Kushali Gambhir and Dr. Kannan to honor our speakers. I request our speaker, Dr. Shivang Swaminarayanan, to receive the memento. Now I request Dr. Uttareshwar Pachengaonkar to receive the memento. Now I request Dr. Virender sir to receive the memento.
It was absolutely delightful to host this session, and now we've come to the end of the 3rd scientific session, and we hand over the stage to Ms. Lisha Jain and Dr. Akshaya Balaji for the upcoming session. This is Dr. Aprajita.
And this is Dr. Ovia signing off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next session, Homeopathy in Public Health Initiatives. I request the speakers of the session to please join us on the dais. Dr. Abdul Kafoor, Dr. Sri Vidya, Dr. Naveen Pavaskar, Dr. Sridevi Gunnu, Dr. Anil, Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Please, sir. Our first speaker for the session, Dr. Abdul Ghafoor. He is a consultant in infectious disease, Apollo Hospitals, Chennai, with more than 2 decades of experience. He is an expert researcher on antimicrobial resistance. He has widely published various articles in Lancet and BMJ. He is active in academics and policy perspectives of antimicrobial resistance. Sir, we can't wait to hear from you, sir.
Good afternoon. I attended your conference in Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, and now in Chennai. I never accept any speaker invitation on Sundays. That's my policy. But this is not the conference of my medical community. This is homeopathy conference. I respect your speciality because we all practice science. I may practice modern medicine or allopathy, you call it. You practice homeopathy or Ayurveda or Siddha. We all work for the benefit of humanity. We all practice science. But one request, both my meetings and after several speakers, the audience is silent. In scientific meetings, please don't remain silent. When the seniors, when the doyens speak, you question them. In science, we doubt. In religion, you trust. If you are silent after the lectures of the doyens, then that is religion and not science. So if you please question, that's how the science develops. And homeopathy, I got very limited knowledge in homeopathy, but I have read good quality science in homeopathy publications. I've gone through many of your good quality publications. There is more than enough good quality science in homeopathy for you to discuss and debate. In scientific meeting, you debate, and youngsters should have the habit of questioning what the seniors present. That's how science develops. That's how specialities develop. For 15 years, I have been working in the field of antimicrobial resistance. And I'm considered an outspoken person. What I speak now, you may like or dislike. But why my own personal community believe me outspoken. 10 years ago, I believe 10 years ago, the British Medical Journal published my personal and professional, a live interview on my personal and professional life. And the title was, given by the BMJ, was Abdul Ghafoor, outspoken, adventurous, emotional. So, I'm considered like that. So please don't offended by what I speak. Please question science. After my talk, at least question what I speak. 15 years I have been working in the field of antimicrobial resistance. What I learned, science is so complex. If you want to change complex challenges, you need to work collaboratively. We believed antimicrobial resistance is because of irrational antibiotic usage by medical communities. It was wrong. Then we believe it's because of irrational usage of antimicrobial drugs by medical community. The public, we were wrong. Then we thought it's because of irrational usage by doctors, the public, the farmers, and in agriculture. We were wrong. Now we believe antimicrobial resistance is a socio-economic challenge, socio-economic and political challenge, because antimicrobial resistance is not directly proportional to the volume of antibiotic usage. It's proportional to the socio-economic and political and governance indicators of a country. I'm talking based on published scientific data. Antimicrobial resistance is not proportional to the volume of antimicrobial used. It's directly proportional to the socio-economic and governance indicators of various countries. So that means antimicrobial resistance is a complex challenge. It's much more than drug usage. It's much more than rational usage of drugs. It's to do with the GDP of a country, the socio-economic status of a countries, governance of countries across the world. And if you look for challenges, you don't just talk about rationalizing antibiotic usage. Don't just talk about infection control. You talk about socio-economic indicators. But to change the socio-economic indicators, not in the hands of scientists, not in the hands of doctors, that's in the hands of bureaucrats and politicians across the world. But it's a responsibility of scientists like us to convince them that antimicrobial resistance and other healthcare challenges are socio-economic and political challenges that needs collaborative work of the society. What I learned from my work in the field of antimicrobial resistance is you can't just keep on talking about the problems. You need to talk about the solutions, and solutions are from entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a solution. I'm a clinician, I'm a researcher, I believe I made significant changes in the antimicrobial policies in the country. But when I look deep into the eyes of my patients, I treat infections in cancer patients. I need to give them solutions. We need new antibiotics, new molecules, new diagnostics, new solutions. And who provide these solutions? The entrepreneurs, the startups, not big pharmaceutical companies. Pfizer did not develop COVID vaccine. It's a BioNTech who developed COVID vaccine. It's an Indian company called Bugworks in Bangalore working on new antibiotic. It's a startup. Startups develops new molecules. New inventions are by startups, and startups are by youngsters, by students, by postgraduates. You've got young homeopath doctors sitting in the audience. You need to be entrepreneurs, and I'm talking about entrepreneurship. I'm a clinician. I don't know anything about business, but I learned that entrepreneurship is a solution for healthcare challenges. And how can I preach? As a doctor, I can speak confidently about antimicrobial resistance. As a policymaker, I can speak confidently about antimicrobial resistance. But I can't preach on entrepreneurship unless I understand the principles of entrepreneurship. Only for that purpose, few months ago, I founded my own company, a consulting firm for healthcare policy consulting firm. I founded that because I need to know how to build a company, how to even register a company. I need to learn what GST is. I need to understand the bottlenecks and challenges entrepreneurs in the AMR field and healthcare field work. So, homeopathic students, doctors, you need to be entrepreneurs. Clinical practice alone is not enough. If you want to develop your society, if you want to develop your specialty, be entrepreneurs, be researchers. And most of all, I repeat, debate. Question what you hear. Always question. Nobody is perfect. No science is perfect. Science keep on changing. That's what science is. If anything is stagnant, that's not science. That is religion. And homeopathy is a science. So question what you hear. Always keep on questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable information and enlightening talk. This will definitely help us in future. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest of the evening, Dr. Srividya Ma'am. She is the state convener of Janani, Kerala Government Homeopathic Infertility Care Program. She is the superintendent of the district hospital in Ernakulam. She has helped many couples to achieve their dream of parenthood. She has engaged herself in many seminars on effective management of infertility with homeopathic medicine. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Srividya Ma'am on stage. Please grace us with your insightful words and enlighten us with your wisdom. Please, ma'am.
A warm good evening to the respected delegates and other doctors, colleagues, and dear students. So I, on behalf of my department, Homeopathy Department, State Government of Kerala, do thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to share this platform, this prestigious platform, I should say. So today I am talking on the relevance of homeopathy in public health, and my project, our project, Janani Homeopathic Fertility Care Centers, is an initiative taken by the state government of Kerala. The high cost of infertility treatment is a major barrier in affording equal and equitable access to fertility care. Our homeopathy department under Kerala government utilized the economic feasibility of the system for finding a cost-effective solution to the problem. The last point is the point which I should like to highlight, a very cost-effective solution to the problem. The aim and objectives of our project is that to delineate the role of homeopathy in reproductive health, to promote, to give safe, non-interventional, economic, medicinal management for both male and female infertility. We aimed at creating a good database for future research studies. And also, our aim was to convince our government so that specialty centers for infertility can be constructed. So I should say that to some extent, we succeeding in reaching our aim, and we have a long way to go also. So I would like to give you a glimpse about an evolutionary background of Janani. For that, let us have a look into the prevalence of infertility. According to WHO, 17.5% of adult population experience infertility worldwide. Indian population has 27.5 million infertile couples. And as far as Kerala is concerned, a survey data shows that 10.25% of women face the problem of infertility. But the most interesting factor is that more than 60% of the couples in Kerala resorted to the modern system of medicine. Here, that was a point which made us to think, why? Why more than 60% resorted to modern system? We recognized that it was due to the unawareness about the scope of an alternative system like homeopathy in the field of infertility. So we thought of starting a project of submitting a proposal to start a project on infertility. And our confidence we got is from the few success cases we got in the one-day special gynecopy, which was running in our district Homeo hospital at Kannur, Kerala from 2008. We had few cases of infertility among gynec cases, and we got some results, wonderful results in infertility there. We documented those cases, and we put a proposal based on those documentation before the government. It was not a very easy job in beginning Janani, which was first named as Mother and Child Project. We had pre-implementation challenges. As you know, the lack of awareness in the public about the scope of homeopathy in infertility was a big challenge which we have to overcome. So we have to design and implement effective awareness program. And prior to that, we have to put a very important dedicated work in our OP to produce good results in infertility so that we can bring it towards the public. And so, however, we got consent from the government to start a pilot project at the District Homeo Hospital, Kannur, which was started from 2012. But we had a great responsibility because we have to prove that this pilot project is of good public utility. So proving the cost-benefit ratio of the pilot project was our aim. So anyway, myself and my team of doctors, we put a very dedicated work, we worked very sincerely, and we were able to produce good results within 2 years. So we designed effective awareness program were conducted where the beneficiaries who benefited from our OP, they engaged the classes in their CME. And that was a turning point of Janani. And in 2015, almost 75 live births we had. We made a documentary which was released by our then health minister, and it also gained great public attention, the attention of the media. And this is just the awareness program, and it was inaugurated by the first boy born in our OP, which began in 2008, and he inaugurated the function with our Jilla Panchayat president. And then we conducted an awareness program. So this was a great move as far as the history of Janani is concerned. And then also we did a documentary, and you see there was a rush of the public for this infertility care to our OP. From the rush, we realized that there are many who stand outside in search of an alternative system, maybe due to the failure of numerous failures they faced, or maybe due to the economic, the financial crisis they had to bear. They were waiting for an alternative system. So this rush, from the rush, we recognize the factor. So you can see the rush do a screening camps. We conducted many screening camps because, you know, we have to select those cases which comes under the purview of homeopathy. And these were the screening camps that we conducted. And you see why I said it was a turning point. See the marked increase in the number of our OP. So in the beginning years, there were only 13 new cases per month, 15, 24. But after our CME program in January, it rose to 287 new cases registered in our OP. And after that, we were able to go in the same manner. And these were the outcomes of Kannur Janani in 2012-14. We had 21 births, and gradually it rose, and 2018-19, 101 children were born in our OP. And what was the project impact? Government decided, the rush was so great in Kannur, it could not be managed by the single unit of Kannur. Hence, government decided to start one-day infertility OP in all other 13 district hospitals of Kerala, just as one-day OP. And within 5 years, the cost effectiveness of the project gained national attention. It was mentioned in the National Economic Survey report of 2018-19. In 2017, cabinet decision taken from that Kannur unit to become the center of excellence in homeopathic infertility care. But from 2019, so much was our public demand that the one-day OP was converted to the similar fashion of Kannur, everyday functioning OP, started in all the districts of Kerala, and it was renamed as Janani. Till then it was Mother and Child. Later it was renamed as Janani. Now, I should proudly say, as the state convener of the project, that all these centers now excel in their performance. And we statewide owe now the birth of almost 3,000 healthy young ones. And this is what was mentioned in the economic survey, the relevance of Janani in public health, which was read by our respected finance minister in the parliament. And I would like to reproduce it here also, because we are proud of it. And Janani scheme of government of Kerala is an exemplar which has popularized the system of homeopathy treatment for infertility in public health facilities. In July to December 2012, the launch year of the pilot project Janani, the number of cases at Kannur district was less than 100. However, over time, there has been exponential growth in the number of infertility cases being registered and treated at Kannur District Homeopathic Hospital. There is immense scope and potential in expanding the Ayush system of treatment for attaining the universal health care goals set by India. Recognizing the significance of alternative systems, government has approved the continuation of the National Ayush Mission from 1/4/2017 to 31/3/2020 with an outlay of 2,400 crore over the 3-year period. So that was the role played by Janani in public health. So this was a family get-together which we had in Kannur, about 100 children, newborn children, our health minister, Shailaja teacher, and the foundation stone for the Center of Excellence was laid. And this was the proposal we had given for the Center of Excellence. And just the cumulative pregnancy and live birth, this is the data till March 2023. The total pregnancy, 4,155. Total live birth, 2,658. And the statewide positive cases, you see a rising in the positive cases in the last 4 years, and also in the live births. But the thing you have to take into consideration that it was a COVID period, but we were not willing to lose our beneficiaries or clients. We kept in contact with them through our telemedicine, and we ensured that our medicine supply is got to each and every one, and so our results did not go down. And you should be, some may ask, in which all fields do you have scope of homeopathy? And this is just a rough thing with a data we have. So the clients, the beneficiaries who come, most of them 54% suffer from PCOD. We have good results in PCOD, endometriosis, uterine fibroids. In cases where repeated failures of IVF also, we have had good results. Where they have advised for donor ovum, we have, with very low AMH, we had good results, and I should say we had a twin pregnancy too. And also in male infertility, where they come with low quantity and quality of sperms, due to various reasons also, we were able to give good reasons, and I am happy to say in few azoospermia cases too, we had given results. So the female age group, this is, I just made this graph to show the difference in the beginning age group and the present age group. This is a recent age group. So in the beginning, we had couples above age 30, 35. But now we are having new, fresh couples are now willing to come to our OP, and of lower age group, between 25 and 30, are coming to our OP, which shows a positive result of the Janani functioning. So this was the earlier age group analysis, and the previous one was the recent age group analysis. And the duration of infertility, now we are having couples less than 5 years. So 295 of the 396 cases, the analysis 295 within 5 years infertility, 74 5 to 10 years infertility, 27 with 10 to 15 years infertility, and above 40 years we had few results too. So and most of them had taken allopathic treatment. I should say now some are opting homeopathy as a first choice, which I say it's a good result of Janani. And hence, homeopathy, Janani proves homeopathy is good in infertility, but I should say Janani proves homeopathy is good, it is not a placebo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing your rich clinical acumen with us, ma'am. Our next speaker, Dr. Naveen Pavaskar. He is the director of JIMS Homeopathic Medical College and Hospitals, Telangana. He has been instrumental in conceptualizing, planning, and execution of integrated holistic care model in patient care and academia. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much to the organizers for this wonderful platform. And after two inspiring speeches from the earlier speakers, I am happy to be sharing the stage with them to sensitize all our students, teachers and practitioners about role of homeopathy in public health and how we can mainstream homeopathy so that it reaches every nook and corner of our own beloved nation. So public health is a multifaceted, interdisciplinary and a social medicine field. It is a science as well as an art of preventing, prolonging and improving the quality of health and life through organized efforts and involving. The overall goal of public health is to improve the health of the population, choice to access the health. Now, public health in India chronically faces three challenges. One is the finance itself, second is the human resource, and third is the unequal disease burden. So, India has these three challenges. If you can see, the disease burden in India is now shifting more from communicable diseases to the non-communicable diseases, mainly the lifestyle disorders. If you can see the 1990 data to 2016 data, you can see that from 61% it has moved to 33%, and NCDs have gone up from 33% to 55%. And also now, because we have more motorable roads and more industrialization, the injuries are also on rise. Sorry. The other challenge that India faces is that the disease burden is not equal all throughout the India. It differs state-wise. So Chennai has a certain amount of disease burden, which is much more like, say, cardiovascular diseases, which may not be equal to what is there in Bihar or what might be there in Rajasthan. So each state or each region has to devise its own strategy for the public health policy. There is regional variation in the disease burden, which is an important challenge in India. So, and the third is, what we spend on health expenditure. India spend less on overall public health systems, and 1 in 4 households have to take a loan or sell their assets to pay medical bills. So you can understand it's a costly affair to fall ill. At the same time, we are as a country we spend less than what a global average is. Does it matter to us? Yes, it does. And the other more important thing is there is always a shortage of qualified and manpower, and it also differs across the region. What you see on the top is usually Kerala, and what you see at the bottom, the trained manpower in Indian scenario as far as the healthcare is concerned is Bihar. So you can see that there is a range of, there is a whole variation. There is variation in the disease burden, there is variation in the trained manpower, and also we have an issue of how much we spend on our healthcare. Now, this is my argument of why I feel homeopathy is good for public health. One, it's absolutely cost effective, low cost in terms of its implement, and has a better track record in terms of adverse effects, easy to supply and administer, doesn't require a lot of cold chains, and covers the lot of current disease burdens that are present in the Indian scenario. How do you assess? The more important thing is to build a model bottoms up, not to go top down. First, do the needs assessment of the community and the society, define what problem needs to be solved, or rather identify the problem. Research, do an action research to find out what specific strategies would work, and then provide an intervention. So there is no one, one solution for the entire nation, or even one solution for the entire state or a region. You will have to design customized public health policies and public health strategies to address the issues of that particular region or community. The next advantage is there are a lot of qualified doctors in homeopathy. There is a large academic patronized system which is also patronized by Government of India. There is an established national administration, as well as there is a nationalized research body available in India, and there is a large trainable manpower, as I see sitting in front of me. So you all come under a trainable manpower scenario. Now, homeopathy in public health 2019, it has got the second best track record to Ayurveda, and 31% of total Ayush centers have homeopathy wellness centers. More important, 7 out of 10 diseases which are recognized as the national disease burden, homeopathy is preferred in 7 out of the 10 national disease burdens that are being identified. So we see that there is a huge opportunity, and the entire Ayush colleges, the 35% of the colleges are related to homeopathy. So that's where I come from. That is what I say, there is a huge academia and a trainable manpower out over here. We also have standard treatment guidelines which are published and validated, and that is why I feel homeopathy has a very good chance to enter into public health and do the needful and serve the society of India. Now, to enter, we probably have to first understand what is the primary relationship between primary healthcare and homeopathy. Now, National Health Mission has two components. One is it is an effective intersectoral convergent action to address wider social health determinants. Selective primary care, assured comprehensive care, primary care with linkages to referral hospitals is now the new definition of National Health Mission. So, the earlier, the program of primary health care was primarily around taking care of mother and child, vaccinations, and looking into the very basic social health determinants that were there. But now the scope of NHM under Ayushman Bharat has expanded to primary health care, community participation, health promotional programs, surveillance, health information and technology, healthcare logistics, continuity of care, which is very, very important, which was so not available in the earlier model, the wellness programs, the health insurance, and the component of tertiary care as well. So it's a comprehensive primary health care program, and Indian public health standards have now been very well defined and renewed. There are 4 volumes available, of which I feel This one is most appropriate for the volume 4, which talks about health and wellness centers, and sub-health centers are the most appropriate for healthcare academia in homeopathy. Now, it is essentially, there are two parts of the Ayushman Bharat. One is about the insurance program, and second is about health for all with contribution and participation for all. See, the healthcare, primary healthcare program itself talks about holistic assessment in terms of disease burden, requirement of the community, and designing the program as per the needs of the community. So the geographical needs, local epidemiology, disease burden, and community requirements become your primary starting point. And this is the scope of engagement now for the primary healthcare program: health promotion, wellness, prevention, early identification of diseases, treatment adherence, continuity of care, appropriate referrals, home and community follow-up, and disease surveillance. So you see, there is a whole scope now for academia to enter. And the scope of services is now right from mother and child, neonates, infants, right up to mental health, emergency care, and palliative care as well. So you see, the primary care, the scope itself has been widened, and the scope of tertiary care now further gets widened into super specialty cares. Telemedicine, exchange of expanded range of diagnosis, assured referral facility for tertiary care, ALS equipped ambulances, EHRs and trained manpower is the basics that is required to do this. The social determinants that need to be addressed are sanitation, water, disaster mitigation, outbreak investigation, social violence, and migrant health as well. Now, the scope includes therapeutic programs, diagnostic, disease-specific camps, health promotion, and health awareness. Now, can this be done? So I'm taking two case studies now for you to quickly understand. There is something that we did in Rajasthan, and this is why I'm contrasting Rajasthan to some other states so that you can see that these models work differently. So Panna is a state in Rajasthan which essentially deals with diamond mining. So they had their own problems in terms of primary healthcare issues. Because it's a diamond mining state, there were issues related to snake bites, insect bites, scorpion bites. These were, we would never imagine being a part of primary healthcare issues. No doctors available. Tobacco and other substance abuses were large. And then that's why, and there was also crop failures and farmer suicides. So you can understand, when you are addressing this particular problem, you're not just dealing with the day-to-day healthcare issues, but you also need to understand and address to all these other health indicators as well. So what we did essentially was, we got agriculture department involved, the social welfare department involved, and the health department involved together, and created a primary healthcare system. And we devised what we call a smart and healthy village. So we introduced what we call as the telemedicine to understand and screen and diagnose the early part of the disease. We established a referral facility. We made sure that there is a data connectivity between the primary healthcare supplier and the tertiary healthcare. We had a point of POC diagnostics available, medical staff and paramedical staff. So we set up all this, and then introduced wellness program, mental health promotional and wellness program for farmer suicidal issues, tobacco control issues, and address the farmer suicidal issues as well. Social determinants which were there, the women and the men were treated differently in terms of their healthcare needs, which obviously needed to be addressed. There were issues of water and sanitation issues in Panna, which we established what we call as water ATMs. So you can get water at ATM. The digital literacy for farmer and crop support was introduced, and we brought in tobacco control as well. So when we introduced a primary healthcare program into community, it is essentially a multi-pronged interventional experiment, which essentially deals with treatment, mental health, farmer support, wellness, substance abuse, and also addressing the gender inequality. So when you introduce this, and do it systematically, you will be able to see that the health determinants which Dr. Ghafoor was also referring to will start changing over a period of time. The similar thing we did in Telangana. Now here it differs from what in Rajasthan. We are not facing issues of snake bites here, or we are not facing issues so much of tobacco abuse or crop failures here, but there are other social determinants as well. What we did around is we set around in a hospital, we have done a different model. What we have done, the hospital lies in the center. First 20 kilometers, we don't give the primary health care, but our outreach program goes beyond between 20 and 40 kilometers. And we do all this diagnosis, start with health awareness, health promotion, screening, government and the stakeholders into picture. And there has to be a team of doctors, medical social workers, and the trainable manpower that we are taking to the field. It's a thing that you do over a period of time, doesn't get evolved overnight. And more important, what is your model actually? What we do is we do mass screening in villages and schools. We do the primary diagnosis at the level, at the village level itself, provide the point of contact and the diagnostics tool at the level of village, do the risk assessment at 2 levels. Risk assessment that can be managed in the field and risk assessment that needs immediate referral. Refer the patients to the hospital and then go again and take a feedback and follow up in the field. So this is the process that we go through. This is our service map. So we have around 77,000 people under our care monitored on daily basis. So this is our average village is around 3,000 people. And we are monitoring 77,000 people. This is the disease burden that we identified in the villages that we are serving. So if somebody says there is no hypertension in the rural area, you're wrong. If somebody says there is no diabetes in the rural area, you're wrong again. And there are, this is something that we could find out on our own when we understood what are the disease burdens in the area that we are serving as primary healthcare. These are the different beneficiaries which we have reached so far. In 2023 itself, we have reached around 31,000 beneficiaries, all exposed to homeopathy. For the first time, they have tasted homeopathy for the first time and understood that homeopathy can work at the grassroots level. This is what we did in the communicable diseases area. So we deal with non-communicable as well as with communicable diseases. These are the programs that we talk about: 11 health awareness program, 4 health surveillance program, 8 to 10 diagnostic program, therapeutic around 1,000 more program, and what we have introduced now is mental health awareness. So these are the 40% of our beneficiaries are suffering from all these diseases. Most of them are chronic diseases that we can see which go undetected, and they do not have any support from for treatment. This is your homeopathic, fast-moving drugs that we could discover in 77,000 people whom we supplied with homeopathic medicines and all indicated medicines. So you can see what is the community kind of consuming in terms of homeopathic medicines as well. So this is our outreach activity. This is on-field screening and treatment. We hold a special women health program for detection of cervical cancers because we found that the incidence rate in that geographical location was more than the breast cancer. So we started a screening program for cervical cancers as well. This is school health surveillance. And these are the people who have been diagnosed with during the school beneficiaries. So 41,000 people have been treated so far with homeopathy, school children, and there have been 197 urgent referrals that were given to save lives. Out of the 71,000 that we've treated, we would have easily detected in field that 197 people required immediate hourly reference to a tertiary care center to save their lives. So what we do is on field, we do the basic investigation, assess the risk, and at the hospital level, we do specific investigation, expert opinion, and do the tertiary care requirement. And it also do validating of diagnosis at the level of hospital. Now, mental health awareness, we've done an integrative program. What we do is we create awareness, identify the risk groups which are there in the field or in the villages, establish the clinical diagnosis, and then put an intervention to it. Now, this is our mental health awareness program slides as well. Obviously, what happens is automatically the media starts promoting your activity. So, you do an activity, homeopathy gets promoted. So, you don't have to make special programs on televisions to actually promote homeopathy, just your activity will get promoted. And by doing this, your homeopathic hospital gets registered under NHA. More important thing to do, please understand the cost of service per visit. If you look at antenatal care, in an PHC sub-center, it costs you 221 per visit. These are public health, this is data published in the PLOS One and other journals as well. Postnatal, if you go to sub-center, it is 333. If you go to primary health center, the same cost goes to 677. And if you go to a district hospital, the same cost goes to 490. So what I mean to say is, as your patient migrates from the field into the next level hospital, the cost of servicing him goes up. And this is the cost of inpatient bed. In a PHC, it's 690 rupees. In a CHC, it's 687 rupees per day. And in a district health office, district health center, it becomes around 322 rupees. Again, what I'm stressing is, treat your patient on the ground near to his house and you will be able to save the cost. Now, look at this. If a primary health program is run in a PHC, it costs 170 rupees per capita. The same is done in CHC, the community health center, it costs 162 rupees per capita. And if you do it with homeopathy, it costs half, less than half. It just costs around 63 rupees per capita. So for a developing nation like us, I don't think I have to argue much than just to tell you that homeopathy is a perfect intervention for this particular model, considering the fact that we impact not only the disease burden, we all have an holistic approach towards the community, and we are absolutely cost effective. I think this is the best time to mainstream homeopathy, integrate it with the main public health system and the primary healthcare delivery system, and make sure that we all take it to the next level. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, sir. Our next speaker, Dr. Sridevi Gunnu, is the Associate Professor in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at Government Homeopathic Medical College, Kadapa, with more than 5 years of teaching experience. She is a public health expert and clinician with more than 30 years of experience. Ma'am, please.
Thank you very much for making me here today. And here, small correction, I am the Assistant Professor in the Department of Repertory, and I am having experience also in the teaching of the obstetrics and gynecology. And most of you are girls here present today, and most of you are in the adolescent age group of around 18 to 20 years. So I want to share you here a quick story where a girl of 18 years, where she is having with full of energy, hope, expectations, everything, having a progressive mind to achieve in the career. She wants to grow up, to build her career in whatever the field chosen. And everything is going on well. But all of a sudden, she has felt that she is experiencing little bit sluggishness, and she is not able to concentrate on her studies, and she has felt that initially she has felt that it is because of her hectic schedule in the academics she is feeling like that, and she could not able to realize that once the things has been worsened. And when she approached for the medical advice, then she came to know that is because of the simple micro element in the body, that is which the iron is lacking her, and that is what making her concentration difficult. That is what it is going to, the simple iron is going to affect the adolescent girls with the iron deficiency anemia, where it is going to affect the concentration, perception and poor learning abilities, and it is going to further implicate the individual's life. And if you see the problem of this iron deficiency anemia, globally almost it is associated that 1/3 of the population are suffering with the iron deficiency anemia, and among those 1/3 also, it is the 1/3 of non-pregnant women are suffering with the anemia, especially in the developing countries like India. And if you see globally, if you see the world statement, it is most privileged in the Southeast Asian countries, and in also South Asian countries in the Indian subcontinent, it is more than 40% of the anemia cases are present. And the recent report released by the Government of India, that is the National Family Health Survey 2021, which reveals the incidence of the anemia in the adolescent girls has increased by 5 percentage points. Whereas if we go through the National Family Health Survey 3 and 4, there is a slight decline in the anemia cases, but it is on the higher rise. But when you are looking through the National Family Health Survey 5, the increase of the iron deficiency anemia has still on the higher age, which is increasing to about 5 percentile points, which makes us to address this problem. And you can see here the majority of the girls in the adolescent age group are suffering with 54% are suffering with this anemia. And throughout the state, as Naveen Pavaskar sir told, the disease burden varies according to the state. But as far as iron deficiency anemia is concerned, more or less throughout all the states of the India are sharing with more than 40% of the anemia. So which is the one which is highlighting the problem in India. And if you see globally also, adolescent population are 20%, and out of these 20% population, the other girl is suffering with the iron deficiency anemia. And India is more or less in the same pattern, that 48% of the Indian adolescent girls are suffering with this. The data is telling the importance of this anemia to be addressed here. And here the adolescent population, because they are more towards the academics, and that is the reason in the OPDs we cannot find the adolescent population. That is the reason WHO has defined this age group as the most neglected age group, which the problems needs to be addressed. And even the recent surveys, if you see here in the adolescent age group, only 5% of the adolescent girls are non-anemic. Remaining the 95% of the adolescent girls, they are either with the mild, moderate or severe types of anemia only. And a recent survey from the Delhi University girls, where they have attended the blood donation camps, and 90% of these girls are rejected simply because they are having the hemoglobin levels less than 12.5 grams. That is the reason. Only they have rejected for blood donation due to their hemoglobin levels are very less. And India has committed to the, WHO has committed to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And India has also committed to that. And for the achievement of these first 4 sustainable development goals like no poverty, gender equality and quality in education, the main important thing to be addressed here is the anemia to be treated. And for that, our WHO has targeted to reduction the anemia by 50% by 2025, and making that, Indian government has taken a policy of 2017 policy stating that annual reduction rate should be 3%. But up to now, in spite of the several initiative programs like Anemia Mukt Bharat, National Nutrition Plus programs, the current rate was close to only 1%. The target is 3%, but we are only close to 1% in spite of several initiatives. In this way, at this juncture, if homeopathy will join this along with the mainstream, then we will be able to close to that, reach the target 3% by treating the adolescent girls at the dynamic plane and making them prepared for the future mothers with the with making them to deliver the healthy babies. And the hemoglobin, as you all know, that is, if there is less than 12 grams %, it is the iron deficiency anemia, and there are various parameters as given, and most of the time, the moderate anemia patients are more in the India, especially they are with the 8 to 10 grams. And if you see here, the causes of the anemia in the Causes of anemia here in India due to poverty, inadequate diet, it is due to the warm manifestation and poor access to the healthcare. Nowadays, even in this modern era, even in the remote villages of India, there is poor healthcare access, and where homeopathy can afford here. And the implications of anemia, if you see here, if a pregnant woman who is anemic, she is going to deliver a baby who is anemic, and if it is not collected into the child age itself, they are entering into the reproductive cycles, adolescent age, and these will be going into the again pregnant, again this cycle is going to happen, this vicious cycle. So we have to break this cycle at one stage so that anemia can be prevented here. And also there is the economic impact here because as anemia is impacting on the physical outcome of the individuals, the gross GDP of the country will be lessened by 1.18%. The GDP of the country will be lessened here. And also the recent study related to children and psychomotor development. In those children who are developing with the psychomotor development, who are suffering with psychomotor development, they are having on investigation, 67.3% are suffering with the iron deficiency and implicating the cognitive effects assessment in the iron deficiency anemia. And here I have taken this project as a part of my PhD program, and I have screened nearly 1045 cases, and where I have found nearly 498 cases suffering with the girls suffering with the iron deficiency anemia. And the methodology I cannot reveal now as still my PhD ViBha yet to be scheduled. And here we are taking the cases in detail and proper repertorization will be done. And initially we are taking the hemoglobin levels, serum ferritin levels, and we are assessing the cognitive levels of the individuals through the MOCA scale. And every 4 weeks we are reviewing the case, and we have seen that after the 8 weeks there is an improvement of 0.5 to 1.5 grams increase in the hemoglobin levels, and the cognitive assessment scale, MOCA scales, has also been raised from 20 to 29. So that is how this scale is helpful in assessing us along with the hemoglobin and ferritin levels. The results are yet to be decided. I cannot disclose the results now as the work is still going on. So, but I here want to say one thing, that the iron deficiency anemia is one of the important parameter. It has been addressed under the underage 5 group in the pregnant ladies. But the neglected group here is the adolescent, where it needs to be addressed more. Because the adolescent population, most of the time, they are pouring up with the knowledge only. Either the parents or the teachers or the adolescent girls, they are more towards the knowledge pouring only, but rather than addressing to their problem. So I think the adolescents are the resources to be developed, and their problems needs to be addressed here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity for GHF, KGS and ViBha Foundation, and thank you very much for my guru, Dr. Praveen sir, for making me here to stand before here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for enlightening our minds with your vast knowledge and wisdom. I would like to introduce you to our next speaker of the evening, Dr. Anil sir. Anil sir is a medical officer at Nedumangar Taluk Homeo Hospital. He is a state admin officer, Homeopathy ABDM. He is a state admin officer of Ayush Homeopathy Information Management Information System, Department of Homeopathy, Government of Kerala. With these words, I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Anil sir to grace us all with his golden words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, friends and colleagues. Vanakkam Periyorgale, Nambargale. So, I am presenting, today's session, in the last session, we have many visionaries from this public health initiatives, and what are the public health initiatives, what should be like. We are enlightened with that topic, and I would like to highlight the Kerala aspects of it. Kerala, if we say India is the global leader in homeopathy. We consider Kerala as the cradle of homeopathy, where we nourish, we initiate, we develop many projects. Like Sri Vidya Madam rightly told us that for fertility care we have Janani. When the child develops into an adult phase, we have adolescent healthcare program, Sadgamaya. If he goes on into the teenage phase, if he unfortunately get addicted with some other addiction, then we have the Punarjani project. And if he get married and he has some domestic violence issues, then we have the Sitalayam project. Again, when he go to some lifestyle disorders, then we have the Ayushman Bhava project. If we get into geriatric phase, then we have the geriatric care projects. And finally, if we have some palliative problems, then we have the Chedana pain and palliative care project. From birth to death, we have there to cater the public health needs of the person in Kerala with different initiatives. That is the first point I wanted to highlight on behalf of Department of Homeopathy. Thereby, we are contributing to the sustainable development goals towards health. Our project IITM, so we are catering about 2 crore consultation per annum or on a financial year. So we have a lot of number of patients, and now we are into streamlining this data to more documentation, more scientific documentation, which we are really focusing on the evidence-based system. So this project has won the State Governance Award for e-health and e-medicine in 1920 and 2021 of the state. The URL is ahams.kerala.gov.in. It is hosted in the state data center developed by Keltron, one of the reputed agencies in software development undertaken by Kerala government. And now we have 92 institutions have been working in the AHMS2, functioning in the AHMS2. On part of AHMS, we have the web service and the mobile app. The scope of AHMS, as I mentioned earlier, that we have multiple facet project in the Kerala for the public healthcare delivery, and we have now we are responsible for documenting each data in a proper way. So to educate it, and then we have to go to the analytics and have to have proper documentation in the use of public health delivery. So to educate and disseminate information via digital health system, to establish the digital registration and referral processes, to manage patients' appointment and treating medical practitioners schedule, to manage patients' IPD admission, to manage laboratory tests and results, to handle financial management of the institution, and to capture patients' feedback. Why? Because we have to cater about, we are delivering healthcare services through 60 institutions or dispensaries, 409 APHCs, Ayush Primary Healthcare Centers, 34 hospitals and 29 special component plant dispensaries. Altogether, we have more than 1,100 institutions, standalone institutions for homeopathic healthcare development delivery in Kerala. Then the main modules are, we have the registration modules, we have the OPD module, and the HMC account management. We are collecting a nominal amount of 5 or 10 rupees per institution as a hospital management committee fee. And we have the pharmacy module, employee management module, and medico-legal case module, which is already developed, which is highlighted in the green color. And the plain color shows which is developed and which is under bug fixing. And the modules on the gray color is already carried out from the first module, the outreach activities, communication management, asset and equipment management. This is our OP consultation module. As I mentioned that we have about 1,000 odd institutions or 1,100 consultants are consulting at a time. They have different orientation towards consultation. Some dispensaries are catering the healthcare needs of more than 100 to 200 per day. Some consultants are taking detailed case taking and catering about 40 to 60 patients per day in their dispensaries, and some are in between, 90 to 100 patients are there. So we have to have 3 modules for their consultation. The windows showing is for the quick consultation, where the chief complaint has written on the box there and the vitals also entered. Then we could directly go to the diagnosis, and then the medicines are entered. While prescribing, when we put the medicines, there's a logic has been imparted on that prescription page. If the medicine is in our stock, then that will be on the plain background. The medicine is in the store, not in the stock, then it is in the green background. So if the medicine is not available to the institution, that is the background will become red. Why? Because there are certain cases where the physician can think he can change the potency or he can change the medicine for the suitable of the patient, because everybody comes to homeopathy for, we are delivering the healthcare medicine and treatment free, absolutely free. So sometimes only if the physician decide whether he has buy from outside, then only he can put that red color or the non-available medicine on the prescription. While prescribing, he can manage the availability of medicine, ensure the availability of medicine. And for in the medium case taking, he can use that blue tabs over there. And for the detailed case taking, there is a tab mentioned on the top. By clicking on that, he can go to the detailed case taking. So from this, we generate multiple reports. I think the consultant can manage. Yesterday, I think in Calicut district, one dispensary managed about 172 patients in an hour of 5 hours 30 minutes. He managed 172 patients. Kavilumpara dispensary at Calicut. So altogether, they can manage about 200 patients per day as a single consultant. So medicine distribution on the pharmacist can select each patient, and he can give the medicine on basis of checking with the batch number and everything, and he can dispense the medicine. Then a PDF is generated. That PDF is given to the patient as in printout form, or he can access through using his mobile number and OTP in a web portal. So this is a sample prescription sheet. This is not an actual prescription sheet because of the confidentiality is maintained. This is a model of the prescription sheet which we used to give printouts. While doing this, as department is on the analytical stage, we have to generate multiple reports. In previous times, even though we have this big data in paper, it is very difficult to analyze and have a proper policy and formulation. So now we are into the phase that the system will analyze each and every data regarding this, and we will get a clear understanding of what is going on in the field and what we have to move forward, how we have to move forward. Then we have the HMC report. Our medical officers and the pharmacists are in the dispensaries. We have only 4 staffs. We are again have to cater about 110 patients per day, and the financial management is too tough for them. But by incorporating the system, they can simply enter the OPD details only. The system will calculate all the financial management in the background. Stock management. One of the highlight of this project is that we in the government institutions, about 700 institutions, we already data entered all the stock we digitalized all the stock, and now we can have a central access whether where is the stock excess and where is the stock less. We are there to manage the stock, optimize the stock management. The stock balance report, the expiry medicines are highlighted first, and the stock balance report. For the department, we are working in tandem with one of the robust health care delivery system, digital healthcare system, eHealth Kerala. In government of Kerala's allopathy modern medicine side had the eHealth Kerala. We are working in tandem with them. And for department side, the advantages are accurate documentation of the clinical records. After incorporating this IITM, we conducted 2 health surveys regarding this prophylaxis. One is associated with the CCRH. And intelligent indenting, that's why I am earlier mentioned that we have the consumption of the medicine is tracked on the one side, and we have the essential medicine list on the other side, and we have the budget allocation. So according to based on the consumption, the system suggests an intelligent indent. We can modify according to our wisdom, but the system will suggest an intelligent indent so that the optimization of stock and the financial utilization can be done, which enhances optimum stock management. Ensuring availability of essential medicines, data can be recovered easily, better control of daily operations and audit purposes. ICC, BCC operation can also be done with the M-Home app, that's a public mobile app. And we have there to, as Khurana sir earlier mentioned, we have integrated with the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Complaints, as sir mentioned, that 4,000 has been registered. Out of that, 1,500 are from the Kerala side. So that's why we completed the M1 side of the, we are there to complete the M1 side of the ABDM. And for the public, OP and special OP services can be booked in advance, so queue system can be managed effectively. They can confirm the availability of doctor accurately, and due to the electronic storage of information, patient cannot carry that treatment record. Just giving the mobile number, he can access the data from anywhere. And in the previous records also, all the count is mentioned. We ensure the confidentiality of the patient. No detailed data is disclosed anywhere, only the count is taken as a report. Doctor service facility can be guaranteed for the public, and comment, suggestions and feedback also be obtained. Challenges, I will quickly go through. For imparting the system, we have definite challenges are there. We have the human resource crunch is there, we have the training problems are there, but how we overcome is that we started in a small institution, tried to catch up all bugs in the small institution, and then we scale up to 10 institutions, then also we catch up the bugs, and now we are scale upping into the, our target is to scale up the, into half of our, about reach 500 institutions in this financial year. Possibly now it is working highly well. And we have the operational challenges. Yeah, it is hosted in the state data center. Sometimes the server will goes down, then we have to revert back. There is a help desk has been started by the Caltron. The 24-hour help desk has also been started. And the data security and data loss challenges may happen, but we have the backup policy with the Caltron, who are the service providers, and the accessibility challenges that is handled with the personal data from the mobile also been shared with Wi-Fi hotspot to overcome the accessibility challenges. So these are the rolled out institutions just for the interest. Almost 280,000 electronic medical record has been generated in a period of this 3-4 months, and about 1.5 lakhs beneficiaries has been added. Honorable Minister inaugurated our project, and it is the comment from the PATH team, which they are the technology partner of Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. They visited our institution, and the comment was like the layout and process to digitalize facilities should be shared as a case study with the other state. That was a huge comment for us. And these are some media coverages where the local panchayat authorities were very happily accepted our project, and they provided the enough infrastructure to adopt our system, and the media cuttings were there. And we have a dashboard where public can access. This is a real-time data. Sorry. Yeah, it's a real-time data in this financial year now. 1,189,000 patients were given services. We can search the previous years also. It's available on public domain. We have the data about the monthly statistics. This is how transparently we can disseminate the strength to the government. So thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present on behalf of Department of Homeopathy. I am very much thankful for the audience for your kind listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for an inspiring and informative speech. Next, we have an exclusive video session from Dr. Barbara Kavoor from Johannesburg. She is a medical graduate from the University of Witwatersrand Medical School, Johannesburg. She was a lecturer in the School of Homeopathy at the Durban University of Technology in 1990s. She is an ardent believer of homeopathy. Her own children were raised with a homeopathic doctor as their family physician. She goes with the motto, excellence is habit and habit is a daily routine. So let's all open our ears to learning an inspiring habit from Dr. Barbara Ma'am.
On the 3rd of December 2023 in Chennai. Today my topic is nanomedicine prevention models during a pandemic, homeopathy versus allopathy. Nanomedicine. Nano is 10 to the minus 9, 1 billionth of a unit. This has now become visible to the human eye through technologies such as the electron microscope during the last few decades. The epitome of nanomedicine is homeopathic medicinals. Nanomedicine is the medical application of nanotechnology. Nanomedicine ranges from the medical applications of nanomaterials to a conference hosted by Global Homeopathic Foundation and Homeopathy Vinjana Sammelan on the 3rd of December 2023 in Chennai. Today my topic is nanomedicine prevention models during a pandemic, homeopathy versus allopathy. Nanomedicine. Nano is 10 to the minus 9, 1/1000th of a unit. This has now become visible to the human eye through technologies such as the electron microscope during the last few decades. The epitome of nanomedicine is homeopathic medicinals. Nanomedicine is the medical application of nanotechnology. Nanomedicine ranges from the medical applications of nanomaterials, such as homeopathy, and that was used in the mRNA COVID-19 vaccinations, and biological devices, to nanoelectronic biosensors, and even possible future applications of molecular nanotechnology, such as biological machine. Models in allopathy follow a disease process, whilst the prescription models in homeopathy are personalized and often are constitutional to the patient. In March and April of 2020, at the start of the pandemic, in collaboration with Dr. Sam Panus, GHF Australia, and Professor Rajendran Kerala, India, what was interesting is we applied an allopathy prescription model to the homeopathic medicinals for prevention, for a mass prevention prescription for the pandemic. This prescription was arsenicum album 30C granules twice a day for 3 days on day 1 and 3, and then you skip 4 days, and then on day 7, FOS 1M at bedtime. This was 1 week in a month, repeated for 4 months of a year. Present you with the summary of the results of the patients in my practice who partook in the homeopathic nanomedicinals during COVID. In over 2,500 patients, the traceable patient results, the group of patients who took prevention packs and who also needed treatment packs because they got infected, were only 6.9%, thus proving the prevention pack effectiveness in my group of patients at 93%. Let's look at South Africa's wide. The South African National Blood Service said approximately 70% of donated blood contained COVID-19 antibodies to the N protein. In other words, they got infections, COVID infections. We compare this with only my group of patients on the homeopathic nanomedicine of 6.9% who got infections. Let's move now to a global perspective. This is taken from Johns Hopkins University, a site called ourworldindata.org. I've just represented India, South Africa, and United States. However, when one looks at the other European countries, there are similarities between them and the United States when being compared with India. So from this, you can see that India has the least number of COVID cases recorded of all the countries that are represented on this particular database. This begs the question of whether the lifestyle of Ayush culture in India has a mass prevention in infection. So when one looks at these COVID cases, one could say that India leads world mass prevention. Right. I stated that the epitome of nanomedicine is homeopathic medicinal remedies. This has been scientifically proven through the technology such as the electron microscope. Furthermore, there is over 200 years of clinical evidence. Significant outcomes were recorded during the Spanish flu in 1918. This is effective, efficient, and affordable as a medicinal treatment. In allopathy, nanomedicine was employed during the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines, although it is stated that nanomedicine in allopathy is only in the future. The lipid nanoparticles encased the mRNA and acted as a Trojan horse to allow the mRNA into the cell. More data from Johns Hopkins University. From March of 2020 until about March of 2022, you can see that India has very few COVID infections, and following March of 2022, hardly any recorded. This is a country where Ayush is prevalent as a preventive lifestyle model. The other two countries, New Zealand and Australia, had very few infections up until September of 2021. They were surrounded by water and had a lockdown policy where people were not allowed in and out of those countries. From around about September of 2021, there was a massive vaccination, mRNA vaccination program rollout in both countries. And within a few months, they record massive numbers of COVID cases. And these are continuing even till today, whereas India hardly has any. Between 2019 and 2020, and the Indian market stood at 56 million in 2019. The export value in 2021 was about $539 million. This shows a massive increase in demand for Ayush products from the global market. When we look at traditional Chinese medicine, this also has significant value to add, but I won't be touching on that further during this presentation. Of course, South Africa has always had traditional African medicine, and the market there is a very strong market. When we look at India and South Africa in the statistics shown by Johns Hopkins University, we can see that prevention has a definite role to play with the Ayush and TCAM product. And so, from many different perspectives, it is evident that a new medical cosmology is needed, incorporating both Ayush or TCAM and allopathy. Now let's hear what Kamal has to say to us.
Tell me, said the elephant, tell me, brothers, if you can, why all the world is full of creatures, yet we go in fear of man. Tell me, said the elephant, tell me why this has to be. We have to run from man the hunter, never save and never free. People kill without regret.
thank all the speakers here today. Your presence has been a blessing, enlightening us with your remarkable knowledge and experience. We are deeply honored to have had you as our guest speakers today. Your words were sincere and contagious, leaving us feeling empowered and inspired. Thank you all.
I now request Dr. Karthikeyan, Government Homeopathic Medical College, Dr. V. Sugatan, Principal, Sarada Krishna Homeopathic Medical College, Dr. Muttarama Lingam, Principal, Sri Bharani Homeopathic Medical College, and Dr. Jagata, President, Dr. Kopika's Foundation for Homeopathy, to felicitate our today's speakers with a memento. I now request Dr. Abdul Ghafoor sir to receive the memento. Dr. Sri Vidya ma'am, please receive. I request Dr. Naveen Pavaskar sir to receive the memento. Dr. Sri Devi Gunnuma. I request Dr. Anil K.S. sir to receive the memento. Thank you, dignitaries.
Now I call upon Mr. Shankaran Nair. He is a seasoned entrepreneur, startup mentor and investor. He is a prestigious member of our exclusive club of angel investor. Mr. Shankaran is joining this event to represent India Accelerator. The stage is yours, sir.
Now, though we have less number of people here, we have great luminaries here. We will have panel discussion for half an hour, and there would be 15 minutes felicitation to the volunteers, and then we can disperse after national anthem. So please wait and have patience. Now in this panel discussion, we would like to invite, let them arrange that. We would invite you to ask questions to the panelists here, and they would try to answer, right? Any question pertaining to homeopathy, education, practice, anything, right? So let's see what we can extract from the seniors and the experts from the panel, and what you can explore. These things we will see that, right? Sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you want me to wait or? I'm Shankaran Nair. She asked me to come up.
Oh. 1 minute, sir. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Actually. Why is he called that? Shankaran Nair? Who called Shankaran Nair?
She just announced saying come up and say, I'm from India Accelerate. No, he's not aware of that. He's announced the panel discussion.
That you never told me.
Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, sir, actually.
No.
Please.
Could I borrow your
कुछ तो बोलना है पहले.
Sir,
कौन है?
Okay, should I go ahead? As you can see, I'm a kind of an unexpected guest, so apologies for that. I think you're waiting for the panel discussion. I didn't know I was going to speak, so I have notes in my phone. Apologies for that. Dr. Abdul Ghafoor is still here, or he's left the room? He did me a favor because he talked about startups. I come from a completely different part of the ecosystem. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a medical person. The only thing I have in common with all of you here is the fact that I'm very often a patient. So I do interact with the medical community as a patient. But otherwise, I come from the business world. My name is Shankaran Nair. I've spent the last 40 years or much of it building, running, starting companies. For the last 5 or 7 years, I have been working as a mentor and an advisor to startups. Several of them in this incubation center here in Chennai. 2 of my clients are still here. One of my clients has become a unicorn, as they call it. And that's what I do for a living. I've been invited here to represent India Accelerator. So less about me and more about India Accelerator. India Accelerator is a startup platform. Now in this audience, is everybody familiar with what a startup platform does? Can I have a show of hands? Very few? How about the youngsters? Because this is more for you than all of you at the back. Some of you are students, right? Anybody got ideas of starting a company? Yes? Okay, that's one voice I heard says. Anybody else? Company starting? So what we do is we work with young, bright people. Doesn't have to be young, can be old like me also. But if you're bright and you have an idea and you're interested in understanding how to build your idea and take it to market and fund it and grow it, that's what India Accelerator does. India Accelerator is the largest startup platform in the country. Very interestingly, India Accelerator has an arm, a subsidiary that's called IA Pulse, which is focused on the medical sector, on the healthcare sector. And I'm here representing the CEO of that entity, Mr. Lalit Singla, who couldn't be here today. And thank you all for having me here. I just want to let you know that we are looking constantly from our side of the table for bright ideas, bright entrepreneurs, lots of energy and passion. And we bring to the table the ability to help you to organize, gather the right resources, not just in terms of money, but in terms of know-how and management wisdom, and to grow your company. That's what we're here for. Let me quickly tell you, I won't stand between you and the panel discussion. I made some notes when I was told that I might have to say a few words. Let me simplify this world of business to you as quickly as I can. I was listening to the conversations for the last hour and a half, and I can see that homeopathy works, right? Everybody was talking about that. There is enough data, there's information, there's case studies, it works on animals, it works on humans, it's been tried, it's been tested. So as a businessman, I have to ask a slightly harsh question here. So why isn't it bigger, right? That's the challenge. Why isn't there more homeopathy being sold? And to me, it would appear that we are stuck on, in the business world, we have a very simplistic construct. It's called AIDA. I don't have a whiteboard, but I would write it down for you otherwise. AIDA. Awareness, interest, desire, action. Where on that spectrum is homeopathy? Everybody is aware of it, in this country anyway. I mean, also over the world, everybody is aware of it. We just heard a lady in South Africa talking about it, right? Is everybody interested? I don't know. Does everybody have a desire to buy it? I don't know. And if everybody has a desire to buy it, are they acting on it? That spectrum is what startups have to go through. If you take all of homeopathy, this will sound like a stupid idea to you, but think about it. If you take all of homeopathy as an underserved market and as a startup, the whole thing is a startup, right? In relation to allopathy, homeopathy is a startup. How do we drive homeopathy like a startup is our challenge. And there are ways to do that, and there are mechanisms to do that, and we from IA Pulse are here ready, willing, and able to help you with two or three parts of it, which is the method part of it, how to run a business, the community part of it, who to interact with to get your business going, and the capital part of it, which is the money part of it. I'd be happy to take questions later. I don't want to stand between you and the audience. India Accelerator, IA Pulse are available on the internet. Reach out to us if you need to talk. We are very happy to talk to youngsters with ideas of a startup, and the first few conversations are always on an, let's just figure out what you're doing kind of basis. So you don't have to worry about reaching out to us. Very nice meeting you all, and thank you for having me here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The much awaited session, the panel discussion from the team of experts, we have it now. I call upon the experts to come on to the stage. In the morning, Dr. Venkatraman sir had announced for the poster, the e-poster, to find out some cues, whatever that is relevant to Tamil Nadu. I hope the answers are ready, you can keep it, and then you can forward it to the panel discussion also when it is going on. Now for the panel discussion, I call upon Dr. Anil Khurana sir, Dr. Ishwar Das sir, Dr. P.V. Venkatraman, Dr. Anita Patil, Dr. S.S. Makkar, Dr. Radha Das,
Shakal, please come. No. Please come. So I request Dr. Kinjal, please ask anyone from the audience, do they have any question to these people about to start with academics? Do you have any question? In the college, are you facing any problems? Question means you have a doubt and you want to get clarification. We don't need to have any greater person than our Anil Khurana ji, Dr. Ishwar Das, who had tremendous experience as an advisor earlier, Dr. Radha Das, she was also advisor. So we have Anita Patil, she is the Dean Faculty of Homeopathy in Bharati Vidyapeeth. In fact, Desh in the morning also told, we acknowledge their college has tremendous help for anxiety work, Venkateshwara College also. So anyways, Kulashekaram also. Now any one question? Yeah. Good. Very good.
Sir, cure is based on the removing of the totality of the symptom in homeopathy. How can we get the totality of the symptoms in both animals and plants?
How can we get totality of symptoms in?
Both animals and plants, veterinary and
both animals
agriculture.
and plants. Okay, right. Makkar. Yeah.
Every time in taking the case in animals, we have to take into consideration LACM, that is location, etiology, concomitants and modalities. And every time we have to find location, what is the location while take the case, then we have to find the etiology. What is the etiology behind that disease or that any infection or anything? Whether it is a viral, whether it is a parasitic, whether it is a metabolic disorder. So every time we have to find the etiology. And as you know very well, concomitants, this is in homeopathy. These are special unattended which have no relation with the pathology of the animal. They are called concomitants, as you know very well. So many times we take into consideration of the concomitants also. And modalities. Modalities are very, very important in animals because every time the animals behave properly, how they do to relieve their pain or something else, they will roll down. If they feel pain, they will roll down. In homeopathy, we have to decide in which side they are rolling. If they are rolling on the right side, medicine is separate. If they are rolling on the left side, medicine is separate. So in homeopathy, we have to observe the animals. properly we have to find the similium. Otherwise, you can't say homeopathy is, we write anything and that works. No. In animals, it is very difficult to take the case. But once you take the case, the similium, it is very, very easy to find the similium, because animals always behave naturally, 100% naturally. This is your sense how to observe them. That is a beauty part of this one. And every time we have to take the history of the animal. I have treated one case of a dog in which there is a cough. There is a long-standing cough in that case. There is a hacking, short cough, like a gun-type cough. And when we take the history, there is the history of laminating. Laminating means there is a companion of the animal has died. And after that, the cough has increased every time. So we have taken into that thing into account. Otherwise, the indicated medicines were Drosera, Brania, Spongia. So we have tried everything. Other people, they have tried everything. But when that case comes to us, we have tried to repetize the case only on the basis this symptom, laminating. She was in shock due to death of his companion. So we find the choral remedy. When we repetize the case, we find the remedy as a choral rubrum. And we have given that remedy choral rubrum, results are fine. Animal go treated very well. So this is how we take the case in animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makar. Core rubrum is corallium rubrum, right? Now, that agriculture part, I'll ask my friend, Virender. You can't now hide. Give the mic to Dr. Virender. How do you take the totality in agriculture plants to treat them?
Objective. Pathological and objective.
Pathological.
And objective.
So you depend on pathological.
And one more is modalities, environment.
Environmental modality, right? So in agriculture, the pathology plays a major role, and the environment in which the plant is suffering. These two are very important to take the decision of a prescription. And go ahead. Next, please. Any more question from seniors, practitioners, doctors, anybody? You can initiate. I really appreciate you having asked the question. Thank you. Why? Yes. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yeah, I just want to know, is there any documented evidence on the effect of homeo medicines in agriculture?
Wow. Actually, we have seen documented evidence by Dr. Virender. Dr. Virender's presentation was there with documented evidence. And Dr. Pachagaonkar in our Hyderabad conference, please sit down. He presented a paper. They have taken up a project with the help of Tata Group in Pondicherry, and he has also presented documents with evidence how homeopathic medicines helped in treating and in increasing the produce in agriculture. Any more? Yeah.
Just to add what you have said, CSIR Institute based in Maharashtra, which works on cotton crop, has done experimentation on various infestations in cotton plant, how homeopathy has been effective. That was somewhere in mid-80s. And similar couple of other things are also there. They have been conducted through Government of India research institutes, and they have been published. They were experimental studies and not taken beyond that for whatever reason, but there has been those kind of studies are available. You can Google it out and you may find quite a bit of it. And let me also share that as far as my knowledge goes and what I have tried to look at agro-homeopathy, the largest number of experiments, whether to call it scientific or kind of be very much primitive, but that has been done by a gentleman from Netherlands, but on Indian soil. So I would not be wrong in saying that maybe whatever we are seeing today, that literature is available in agro-homeopathy, they are based on his observational studies made in India, and almost 70% of these kind of studies. There are books also available on these, but they are from the foreign publishers, so many a times it becomes inaccessible from the point of view of their cost.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Shivang. Any more questions? Please, anybody? Sir, Dr. Anil Kurana.
I just wanted to have more information about this agro and veterinary homeopathy. There's in England, in UK, there's a special journal of this veterinary homeopathy that comes out regularly. A lot of good articles are published on veterinary homeopathy because it is recognized there as a system. And for agro homeopathy, you can see there's an institute, CMAP, in Lucknow, Center for Indian and Aromatic Plants. That is what they have done. CCR has done a collaborative studies with them on agro-homeopathy. On Bacopa minor, they have done that study. Cotton research, he has already mentioned. And there was Dr. S.C. Khurana, somewhere, he has many articles published. If you Google it, you will find so many such articles on agriculture, like diseases of the plants, as Dr. Ishadas mentioning about. Tobacco mosaic virus is a common disease infection of that plants. And in that particular articles, he had mentioned how he identified those medicines to treat them on the, say, observations, how the fruit is falling. Is it falling unripe with dried matter or whatever it is? He has observed different kind of phenomena because they know the disease patterns of those plants, how they progress into that disease condition. And those features which are outwardly looking on plants, leaves, flowers, and even on the outer skin. So they observe all those things and they prescribe those medicines. I think Dr. Khurana, he was one scientist from CSIR. He has published many studies on homeopathy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think it answers all the questions, all the doubts. Any more questions? Yes, Dr. Jivar. Give the mic. Oh. Okay, first student. Weight-wise. First small weight, then large weight. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I am not a student. I am a doctor from Kerala.
Very good.
Good evening, all. My doubt is that what is the usual method or usual vehicle used for administering medicines in animals? And my second question is that on which criteria we have to focus more on animals for the prognosis of the case after administering homeopathic medicines? Thank you.
Sir, did you understand the question?
When we take the symptom means PQRSU symptom. Every time we have to take peculiar, cure, rare, uncommon symptom. The same principle we follow in animals. I'm practicing from the last 40 years and I have practiced so many species of animals, right from sparrows to elephants, I have treated them. So every time we have to take PQRSU symptoms and every time we have to take LACM. Okay. By dose wise, we can use for this you can say for birds, we can use one drop of the medicine in a teaspoonful of water, and then for this dog and cats, we are using 2 to 3 drops of this medicine and in water, and we can give with the syringe also, and we can put the medicine on the nostrils also, and we can give the globules also. But since there are a lot of type of animals, a lot of species of the animals, right from sparrows to elephants, every time we have to decide how to give the medicine. Suppose in elephants, the dose is same. Only I have treated one elephant, there are so many elephants I have treated, but the dose is only, you can say only 10 drops. And for these birds, we are using only 1 drop. And for these dog and cats, we are using this only 3 to 4 drops. So for large animals, for these cows and buffaloes, we are using only 10 drops. So medicine is very, we follow the principles of Hahnemann. That is very, very small doses of medicines. But we have to repeat them continuously, and that will give better and better results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And my second question was, on what criteria we have to focus for the prognosis of the case in animals?
Prognostic criteria. Actually what, anyway, okay. Let me not enter into animal kingdom.
By prognosis, we have to, every time we have to check, as you told you, we have to find the constitution of the animal. That is very, very prominent. We have to read the constitutional medicines like arsenic, sulfur, this phosphorus. We have to find the constitution. Every time we presented some case, we have to find the constitution, and then we give one acute remedy and then constitutional remedy, and that will 100% we are getting results. And by prognosis, you mean we have to find by PQRS symptoms and LACM, we can easily take the case. And this is very, very prominent in veterinary homeopathy case taking, how to take the case. In my book, I have defined all the ways. Thank you.
Ultimately, you have to purchase this book. Okay. Right. Jawahar. He will sell his Homeopathy.
Sometimes you have to be proved wrong. There are 2 questions, and that is addressed to Dr. Khurana. The first thing, in the morning, I loved your session, but you said the number which are registered is very small, only 4,000. In the world of technology, out of 3.5 lakhs, and India to be IT hub, why can't we go for PPP model, that is public partnership model, to gather this information? And second thing, let me complete, which is very, very important. Like we have 270 institutions, which you said. Now, if we take up one remedy in a day or a week, say we take up with lycopodium, we tell all the 270 institution or 3.5 lakh homeopath to share even one case out of that. Even if 1,000 people share lycopodium, we take out a common indication on which lycopodium was given, it will become very easy for the junior students to be a great practitioner. So let us follow some kind of a method, and when you are at such a high position, I think you can involve a lot of people very easily. Thank you.
Regarding this poor registration on ABDM, it is a Government of India portal. I cannot interfere with their portal because there is a requirement of registration. The registration needs to be verified by the State Council, because nobody who is not a registered practitioner in homeopathy can be registered there in ABDM. So there is a cross verification through the State Council. Now if you see, you go to the dashboard of ABDM, it says 6,000 something who have applied. Only 4,000 something have been verified. It means this verification process is little slow from the state side also. And people are also not, our homeopaths are not coming forward to upload their own information on that particular platform. So almost allopathic doctors, if they can reach to 2 lakh number, why can't we reach to that number? It is basically unawareness about this particular platform of ABDM. That's why our registration ethics board is going on different conferences, even they are organizing different programs. One we conducted in Ahmedabad, Pune. Through colleges, we approached so many homeopaths, almost 450 homeopaths came there, and there was a session of doing registration online at during that program. Almost 400 doctors registered simultaneously on their mobile while sitting in the conference. That process has been adopted. It's going on, but we need a more online registrations information available at the state councils, because there is a need for cross referral and cross verification. States are not coming on board as an online process to verify that, as Anil has said, they have done it in their state. That is what we have to motivate our state councils to take it forward. Regarding colleges, we are already written to the ministry. There is a HMS software available, portal, which has already been implemented by the state research councils. We want this to be extended to all the colleges. Once it is extended to all the colleges, because for that huge data will be generated, we need a higher amount of cloud space, because this is live, as Anil has said, their OP data is live, it is coming on day-to-day basis. If we do take up on all India basis through all colleges, we require a huge amount of data. And there is a facility in that portal to complete the case even, and prescribe prescription also. We can have analytics also there. So that part we have already taken to the state government. Hope so as soon as we get nod from the Ministry of Ayush, this will be rolled out to the colleges to upload their information in their OPDs. And our purpose is to actually streamline the OPD aspect of all colleges on a standardized platform, so that there is no fake OPD shown in any records. That is what we intend to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think he answered your both questions. Thank you. Any more? Yeah.
Sir, I am coming to a question regarding education. So is there any perspective or any plan going on in NCH, like MD, PhD integrated courses, like ICM are having like that, where medical scientists, they can directly come into integrated MD, PhD course after BHMS? Is there any plan which is maybe upcoming, or is there any other possibility of getting SRF after BHMS, as like ICM or SRF getting for PhD directly after MBBS? You are MBBS or veterinary science graduate, or you are having MSc with 3 years experience getting ICM or SRF for PhD. Is there any option in homeopathy for us?
See, in homeopathy, students who have completed their MDs have gone to PhD also. They are taking up PhD in cross disciplines like biomedical engineering, biotechnology. They have clear understanding of that subject at the UG or PG level. So that's why in this time in our homeopathic course curriculum, we have added electives which are mandatory. 2 electives each student has to take in 1 year. Total 6 electives to be completed. These are online modules which will be available on our council's website on a portal, ranging from 21 hours to 40 hours of module. And they have to compulsorily pass out even that modules also. And these modules are of different nature, like as you have said, biomedical engineering, even biostatistics. They can take up those modules once they are passing out with these electives in their mind. And they have passed out those electives, they will be readily accepted at the university level to take up PhDs even, because BHMS, MD with an elective in hand, they will be readily accepted for PhDs also.
And sir, the SRF
Thank
part,
you, sir.
is there
Thank
any
you, sir.
availability?
Huh?
SRF part after BHMS.
Yeah, for SRF, it depends upon the requirement of a research institute. Even after BHMS, SRF can be appointed. It's not an issue. Depends upon the project requirement at that time. So there is no bar that BHMS cannot go as a SRF, but they usually prefer MD. Depends upon the requirement of the project at that side.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more?
This is specifically for Dr. Anita Patil.
Ah.
She has done a study on anxiety and depression in randomized control for GHF, I think so. Can you share your experience on that, please, ma'am?
Wow.
Yeah. I'm very happy to share the experience. That is, we were involved in DAS 21. First of all, it was very difficult for us. The protocol was that one physician only can enroll only one patient. So first of all, we have to tell them, so what is the protocol and all these things. So it was very difficult for us to get the patients from the physician. So we have to tell them, we have to explain them, and then even if they will be ready, so we have to be literally we have to follow very strictly the readings of the D1, D2 and D3, and we have to remind that particular physician, so what is your time schedule and when you have to call your patient or when you are supposed to take follow-up of your patient. So that was a very difficult task. Sir, we enrolled total 197 patients. Out of that, 7 follow-ups were there. But we appointed 12 PG scholars, and we prepare a table when we are supposed to remind which physician. And we used to give a call to them, and we'll tell them this is the period of your follow-up of D1, D2 and D3. So in that way, we worked. But I will request all the physicians who have in this auditorium, that is, we have to contribute in the research, so whatever is possible from our side. So we have to we should, first of all, I have seen that there is lack of interest in the physician. So they have not accepted till the research is a very important component, and we have to support through the research to our science. That unless and until we will not take the interest, we will not support our science, then it will be very difficult, because I feel personally that is whenever these students, the postgraduate or PhD scholars, they are sitting in front of us and other faculty members, this is the army to fight against the criticism of the other medical streamlines. So I hope that is we are going to next research project through the GHF. So I request each and everyone to take the interest in research activities which we conduct. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita madam. You spoke. You won't feel, sir, 1 minute.
Whenever we take up research on any platform, the caution is if you involve multi people, so many people together, there is always chances of having an inter-rater variability, which actually brings defects into your data. You will not get an accurate data. So inter-rater variability should be removed by giving an exercise. What is, if they are using some scale, that scale needs to be analyzed by all together in a uniform way. Like for depression, there is a Hamilton depression rating scale. It has to be utilized for assessment of the outcome of the treatment. So in that case, if everybody is using that scale, analyzing that scale in a uniform way, then your data is accurate. If somebody is faltering on some aspect of questioning, then your data will be, and your all results will be vitiated then.
1 minute.
1 second. Actually, I am also associated with this. Here, it is not the anxiety we are studying. Any patient coming to your clinic having a symptom of anxiety, that is measured in terms of the DAS score. Because the patient might have a pregnancy, my patient might have constipation, the patient might have sleep disorder. You are taking the totality of the symptom and prescribing a constitutional medicine or symptom for the totality of the case. Here what we are measuring is the anxiety, whether patient has got some amount of anxiety for the totality, and it is measured in terms of DAS score. If the DAS score is beyond that, within that limit, we include them, otherwise it is not taken. So it is not a study of anxiety at all. It's an expression of symptom. In homeopathy, we believe in symptoms. And after treatment, about 7 days, 14 days, and 21 days, whatever is happening, the symptom, whether the patient is improving through the constitutional medicine, the anxiety has come down or increased. That is all what we are measuring. This is a study limited to the expression of anxiety in any case of patient coming to you. So anybody can attend to get involved to this. There is no other great investigations are required. This is only a pilot study we are happening, And after making about 370 cases, we will assess the effect of homeopathy constitutional medicine on the expression of anxiety. Then we will make next modification for the bigger study, very big international study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. If you have any doubt, you can send the question to GHF. It would be happy to answer you also. Any more questions, please? Anybody? Okay. Now moving on to the next stage, I request, yeah, who? Jayesh? No. Please, speak in the mic.
Recent advancement in the medicine and research view, is there any plan to develop a post-graduation course regarding radiology department in our system?
Radiology?
Radiology in the sense, ultrasonography and other sciences, post-graduation in our system.
Sir, PG in...
No, we have not done this with this. Actually, radio diagnosis, this is a different domain. That it go to other side. But we are now giving attention to more of clinical subjects, which directly benefit you in your practice. So that's why we have added 2 subjects this year, community medicine as well as dermatology. So earlier there were practice of medicine, psychiatry and pediatrics. 2 more subjects are added. This is community medicine and dermatology this year. In future we will think of more such subjects, and we will think of as per the demand of the profession where we can venture more into, because there should be an expertise available in the system also for that particular purpose to deliver. Because dermatology is our domain, is a forte area for homeopathy, and community medicine we have seen in many epidemics and many public health programs where homeopathy has delivered good. So there is need for bringing out these 2 subjects, which we have done it. But not for radio diagnosis, anatomy, physiology or surgery. That we have not done it.
Thank you, sir. Has it answered? It has. Right. Any more? Thank you. Thank you very much. You have a question. How many? Each one person, one. Aadhaar card number?
Particularly Venkatraman, sir. So in today's event, point of view of today's event, from this, how can we take the Tamil Nadu in public initiatives? Like, how can Tamil Nadu be a part in point of views of today's conference, whatever we have got, the roadmap or something?
One is, I am not a politician or an official to take it straight away to the public, one. So that's where Gopika Foundation used to do work, lot of public initiative works. So creating an awareness about what is homeopathy, so that there is a basic demand from the public for homeopathy. That's what we are actually doing in Gopika Foundation. Number 2, when there is a demand, we need our doctors to be equipped so that they can satisfy their demand. So that's how we are training the doctors on various clinical aspects, so that when public comes to us, we should not fail. So that's the reason we are doing it. So this will be a very slow and steady process, but definitely we think we can achieve that goal, because we have definitely seen lot of changes that is happening in and around Chennai where we are working. Now, one simple reason is we have distributed 80,000 people dengue preventive. And we have given a mobile number to them, asking them to call back if there is any problem. We have not received single call, so we were worried. So that's the doubt we had. So we called as a sample one person out of every 100. And we called and verified. Everybody has taken the medicine, no dengue epidemic. So that is one. So even this COVID season, where there is complete lockdown, Gopika Foundation was able to distribute more than 4 lakh bottles of arsenic amalgam to in and around the people. So it is the demand that is coming from the public. Not only that, recently there was a case in the High Court of Madras. Divorce case was going on. And wife said, I cannot leave my child with the husband because he doesn't believe in homeopathy. Okay.
So then the judge said, don't worry, your husband will take the child to homeopathy. Then, no, there is no such good homeopathy. No, there is Gopikar Foundation. I tell that Gopikar, he will approach Gopikar Foundation for his child for homeopathy. So this is the awareness that it has come in the judgment that homeopathic Gopikar Foundation will be approached for child's health. So this is what we are doing. And I think this may be a slow and steady process, but definitely a winning process, I think so.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, thank you. Any more questions? Kinjal, have you finished? Okay. Any more? You have? Yeah. Give the mic.
Actually, first discussed the topic is high potential, sorry,
Low potential and high.
Low hanging and high potential solutions through homeopathy and AMR, no sir. Okay. So how can we say this? We saw that tuberculinum 30, that is AMR, and how can we say that is antimicrobial resistant? Because we are that is dynamic in nature, and we are using it in the living organisms, and it creates only immunity, no sir. How can we say it is antimicrobial resistant? It is just enhancing the immunity, and also that bacteria in case of typhoid, it is enhancing the immunity, and the immunity decreases the count of that Salmonella typhi. And how can we say that is antimicrobial resistant? If it is in vitro research, we can say it is antimicrobial resistant. But if it not, how can we say that is antimicrobial resistant, since it is increasing only the immunity?
Okay, thank you. I think the question is towards me. Thank you. Now actually, whenever we do in vitro research in any system for that matter, and especially in homeopathy, ultimately it has to be proven clinically. Like for example, we have done in vitro research with the help of IICT. We have taken Crotalus horridus and we have taken HIV template, and it could inhibit the reverse transcriptase completely, and that has been established by that standard institute. And it was not the end of the road. If I were to be only a scientist, I would go over, and I will get my paper published all over the world, and everybody would say, fantastic, fantastic. But what is it? The medicine which cannot help the humanity, the science which cannot help the humanity is of no use. So we took the permission from Telangana government, we established a specialty clinic. Now, more than 57,000 people are registered nowhere in the world in any homeopathic fraternity, and it is just a little less than ART centers all over the state of Telangana. So that those many people are getting benefited. What does it prove? That what we have got an inference there, that is put into clinical practice and it is being tested there, and the patients are getting benefited. It is not ultimate. The in vitro research is only one way, method to show you. It will not. The inference will not end. I tell you, one scientist like me has taken a frog in the tray and he clapped, the frog jumped. He cut one leg, clapped, it jumped. 2 legs, clapped, jumped with difficulty. 3 legs, 4 legs, it could not jump. The inference, when 4 legs of a frog are cut, it becomes deaf, because it could not hear and jump. So the inference, what we draw from our scientific research, has to lead us to a correct conclusion in clinical method, and it should help. So it is helping in HIV, and it is helping even in MDR-TB. MDR-TB in vitro study has showed that among so many drugs which we have taken, so many dilutions which we have taken, only tuberculinum 30 could inhibit the growth of MDR-TB organism in spite of 3 months incubation. And not in my house, in National Institute of Tuberculosis, Bangalore. Right? Not by me. I am a novice in that subject. Dr. Chitra Chandrasekhar, who did a PhD in microbiology. So that helped us. Now we have to take the cases of MDR-TB if they come to us, right? They came, fortunately. Then And she only sends so many cases. Whenever they find it difficult, they are not able to cope with. So she sends those cases. There can be a question, have I given the medicines only homeopathic exclusively or along with their second line of drugs? 65% of cases, both together, allopathic second line and homeopathic. 35% of cases, only homeopathy. And they all have improved. Only 6 cases, 3 died and 3 dropped out. So these things would help. It is not just immunity building. Immunity is a long process. But they have efficacy, which has been proved in vitro. It can happen in vivo also. Is that clear? Thank you. Any more questions, please? Okay, thank you. Now I request Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Dr. Radha Das to felicitate these 4 panelists, sir. Dr. Ishwar Das. Sir.
Yes, just 2 important things I want to bring to you before this felicitation. We need to think through approach from all associations, if they can motivate their homeopath members. First is, how can we increase the digital literacy? You know, there is a 21, on Ayush Grid project, there are 21 digital platforms available. Ayush Grid project, the Ministry of Ayush. You may not be knowing those many. Go to the website, look into those digital platforms. They will be helpful in your practice. Second is research literacy, as he was talking about. Research literacy is very poor among homeopaths. It's not there in the even colleges also. So we have imbibed that now from this year onwards. Research literacy. Everybody should know what is in vitro, what is in vivo, and what is preclinical, what is postclinical, and all those things. This is the basic requirements. That is what is, you will not be able to understand research paper which is published unless you have a good amount of understanding of basic research. So these are essentially required so that we can grow in our profession that manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your concluding remarks. In fact, it is a topic in SPM, Social and Preventive Medicine, that research methodology. Dr. Radha Das is felicitating Dr. Ishwar Das. Please, madam, no problem. At times, not only scolding, you can felicitate also. Okay. Right. Now, Dr. Anita Patil. Ma'am. Today morning, my friend came and told, do you know my full name? I said, Maki. That is the problem. You will announce from the stage itself. Please don't announce like that. You announce my name as Dr. Surjit Singh Makkar. So he is going to be felicitated now. Last but definitely not the least, Dr. P.V. Venkatraman. So as I have told you, we will not take much time of you because you are all at the fag end of your morning fuel which you have infused into your tanks. Okay, this will be very short period. You will be. Now I request Dr. J.H. Sangvi, Chairman. It is you only. Please come onto the stage. Dr. Kannan, Finance Secretary, please come onto the stage. One more chair. Now, felicitation of volunteers. Please take. This is valedictory and we will end with felicitation. All that list is there. Come on.
I request Dr. Jagata, President, Dr. Kopikas Foundation for Homeopathy, to join us on the dais. It's time to announce the winners of the poster presentations. The prize winners will receive the homeopathy software from Homeopathy company gifted by Dr. Jawahar Shah as a token of appreciation. So the first prize goes to Ms. Shreya Srinivasan, intern Sarada Krishna, for her poster on study on the effect of nosode homeopathically prepared from tobacco mosaic virus infected Solanum lycopersicum in the management of the same. And the second prize goes to Dr. Meghna, National Institute of Siddha, for her poster on role of Siddha medicine in ichthyosis management. And the third prize goes to Dr. Shobana, intern Sarada Krishna Homeopathic Medical College, for her poster on homeopathy, the most advanced nanomedicine. I congratulate the winners. I request the winners to contact Dr. Veerapatran after the conference to receive the software. Thank you.
And the question about the invitation, Dr. Abhirami Magesh has given so many answers correctly. Please come. So the bird which is there in that pigeon is a Tamil Nadu official pigeon. And the butterfly, there is a specific variety, but she has mentioned as butterfly. Anyway, Tamil Nadu has a particular color of butterfly as its own insect. And there's a tree, palm tree. Only flower she identified wrongly. And there is one more thing, important thing is, there is one particular alphabet called Ra. The 4, Vinjan Sammelan 4 was written as Ra, which is a very, very specific to Tamil language. And that Ra was missed by her. Thank you. Wow. And
What gift have you?
yes.
Where is she?
Yes, come.
उनको आने दो ऊपर.
Come.
She has come.
Yes. Come, you receive. Come. No, you do that. இது யார் இருக்காங்க லிஸ்ட் வரிசையாக படிக்கிறோம் யாரெல்லாம் படிக்கிறோம் சொல்லுங்க. And now I call upon the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to receive the mementos. First, Dr. Akshaya Balaji. Okay, right. Afrin Fatima, Aprajita, Christiana Prema, Divya Bharati. Please come to the stage and receive the memento. Please come. Memento. Harshita Venkatesh, Iftar Hussain, Jayapriti, another 5 minutes. No more. Only. Letter virtually எல்லாத்தையும் ஒன்று கொடுத்துடலாம் டக்குன்னு. ஓகே, எடுத்துட்டு வாங்க, நாங்கள் கொண்டு வாங்க.
It's really heartening to see so many volunteers being felicitated. Great. Do you have tea after this? Tea is there? Tea is there, no? After this, tea is there? Whoever claps more will get 1 cup of tea more.
See, the tireless efforts of these volunteers from all the colleges have really made a real great effort of organizing this mega event, right from registration to the food counters, to the MC team, and all the various fields of whatever these things. So it has really, without the effort of all these volunteers, today we could not have made this function a grand success. So this is a token of appreciation and to encourage and to motivate the other students also to participate more in the future. So please.
Dr. Srival's Menon is required here, dead or alive.
I call upon Veerabhadran, Dr. Balamurugan, Dr. Veera, Dr. Saukant, Dr. Kinjal, Dr. Purna Chandrika, Dr. Geeta Priya, Dr. Aarti Satyanarayanan and the organizing team who have really worked very hard day and night.
Aarti is here. We just Aarti Satyanarayanan. You have to propose what?
Came after some time. Where Reliance governor and no back and this.
I request Dr. Sandhya Khaldia's ma'am to get the memento.
Okay. Now I
Dr.
request.
Vaishali.
No, not you. Dr.
I
Jyoti
call Dr.
Kannan should have
Vaishali
been
on
here.
stage.
Please come.
Mrs.
Dr.
Vaishali.
Jyoti Kannan should have been in our panel, and Dr. Kannan has been sent to her as her assistant or messenger or anybody. So I request the dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Kannan. Dr. Kannan, till recently, he was the governor of Lions Club, and he could not be in touch with us. Now he joined in this fourth one. Shakal, he is like Shakal, that villain. Vaishali. Anybody? Over? So we all stand for national. National. Now I request all of you to please stand for national anthem. अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद जय See you soon in our next Homeo Vigyan Sammelan on 25th February. There will be a group photo. Sir, one. Sir has to leave. Sir, time है. नहीं ना, that you. Sir को तो किंजल. खुराना साहब और कौन है? सामान आपका सामान. One Senthil is there.
सभी आगे खड़े हो जाओ आइए प्लीज जल्दी आइए फटाफट हरी आप प्लीज अरे भाई आइए ना व्हाट आर यू डूइंग कम ओवर हियर सब लोग एक ऐसे लाइन में खड़े हो जाइए आइए सर प्लीज सर सारे भाई गो दिस साइड हेलो अच्छा प्लीज गो दिस साइड ऊपर आ जाओ ना
आओ आप ही सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर हेलो कॉल ऑल स्टूडेंट्स
सब लोग
आ जाओ बाहर
लाडू मैडम लाडू सुन दो यार
सब लोग किधर ऊपर जा रहे हैं
यहाँ बुलाते हैं ना
हाँ नहीं पूरे को नहीं आएगा सर नहीं इधर आ जाएंगे
हाँ बाकी लोग नीचे जाओ ना ऐसे खड़े हो जाओ बाकी लोग नीचे जाओ यस वेरी गुड हो जाएगा हेलो फोटोग्राफर एवरीबॉडी इज हियर हाँ यस